Welcome back to House of the Wolf Horror. This week we take a trip to the Emerald Isle, with Steph returning to help tell our tales of terror. Also, another special guest this week, Draven S. Corvin, is stepping up to the plate to add his voice to the mythos of the things that haunt and hunt Ireland. I didn't believe in ghosts or haunted places until I spent the night inside Leap Castle. I'd come to County Offaly as part of a restoration survey. A freelance architectural historian hired to document the upper floors of the castle for a heritage grant. The owner, a quiet man named Sean Ryan, lived in a small cottage on the grounds. When I called ahead, he said only one thing that stuck with me. Don't stay past midnight in the chapel. The air changes. I thought he meant humidity. He didn't. Leap Castle rises from the Irish countryside like a wound that never healed. Its limestone walls blackened by centuries of rain, its battlements jagged against the sky. The locals call it the most haunted castle in Ireland, but they say that about half the ruins in the country. Still, there was something different about this one. Even from the road, it looked alive. I parked near the gatehouse and walked up the gravel path. The castle loomed above me, its tower crooked, its windows narrow and dark. The air smelled of peat and old stone. Somewhere inside, a door slammed, though the wind was still. Sean met me at the entrance. He was thin, gray-haired, carried a lantern instead of a flashlight. "You'll want to start in the chapel," he said. "That's where the trouble began." I asked what kind of trouble. He looked at me for a moment. "Family trouble. The kind that don't end." The bloody chapel sits at the top of the tower, reached by a spiral staircase so narrow you have to turn sideways to climb. The stones are slick with centuries of moisture, and the air grows colder with each step. When I reached the top, the temperature dropped enough that my breath began to fog. The room itself was small, maybe 20 feet long, with a vaulted ceiling and a single narrow window overlooking the fields. The floor was uneven, patched with old mortar, the walls were streaked with soot, and in the center, beneath the window, stood an altar. It wasn't much of an altar anymore, just a block of stone, cracked and stained. But the stain wasn't soot. It was darker, older, and permanent. I set up my camera and tripod, documenting the masonry. The lenses caught the texture of the stone, the way the light from the window fell across the floor. Everything looked ordinary until I noticed the shadow. It wasn't mine. It stood beside the altar. I'd read the legends before coming. The O'Carroll clan, the feuding brothers, the murder during Mass. One brother, a priest, was saying the Eucharist when the other burst in and drove a sword through him. The priest fell across the altar, bleeding out in front of everyone, his family included. The chapel was never used again. The story was old, but the stain was real. I crouched beside the altar, tracing the edge of the dark patch with my gloved hand. The stone was cold, colder than the rest of the room. The air around it felt heavier, as if the chapel itself was holding its breath. Then I heard it, a whisper. I turned. There was no one there. But the air changed and smelled like blood. I stood slowly scanning the room. The shadow was gone. Sean had mentioned an oubliette, a hidden pit for executions. I found it near the corner of the chapel, covered by a rusted grate. When I shone my light through the bars, the beam disappeared into darkness. The pit was deep, deeper than any medieval dungeon had any reason to be. I dropped a pebble. No sound. I dropped another. Still nothing. Then, faintly from the depths below, came a sound like a single sigh. I stepped back. The air around me began to grow colder, and the lantern flickered. From somewhere beneath the floor, I heard movement. Slow and wet. I whispered, "Sean?" No answer. The sound grew louder, like something was climbing. I ran down the spiral stairs, the lantern swinging wildly. The air began to grow warmer. As I descended, the smell followed, iron and rot. When I reached the main hall, Sean was waiting. He looked at me calmly. "You saw it." I nodded, shaking. "Something's in the pit." He sighed. "It's always in the pit." "What is it?" He looked towards the ceiling. "They call it the elemental. The thing that came when the blood spilled. It doesn't leave." I swallowed. "You've seen it?" He nodded once. "Everyone who stays long enough does." I should have left then, but curiosity is a disease, and I was already infected. I told Sean I wanted to finish my documentation. He handed me the lantern and said, "If you hear breathing that isn't yours, don't answer." I climbed back up. The chapel was darker now, the moonlight faint through the narrow window. The air was heavy and damp. The altar seemed to pulse faintly in the lantern light. I set up my camera again. The lenses caught something. A shape, tall and thin, standing beside the altar. I turned. Again, there was nothing there. But the smell was stronger. This time, decay and sulfur. Then the lantern went out. Darkness swallowed the room. I couldn't see the window, the altar. I couldn't see my own hands. But I could hear the breathing, wet and close. I backed towards the stairs, fumbling for my flashlight. My fingers brushed cold stone and something else. Skin. Cold, rough, and alive. I froze and the breathing grew louder. Then a voice, low, guttural, and ancient. "Blood remembers." I ran. Down the stairs, through the hall, out the door. The night air hit me like water. I didn't stop until I reached the car. I left Leap Castle before dawn. Sean didn't come out to say goodbye. The road was empty, the field silent, but the smell lingered. Faint and wrong. When I reached my hotel, I checked the camera. Every photo was normal, except one. The last frame, the altar, and beside it, a figure. Its face was pale and hollow, its eyes black pits, its mouth open in a silent scream. Behind it, the shadow of the oubliette stretched across the floor. And in the corner of the image, barely visible, was a handprint. Fresh, bloody, and mine. I tried to forget. I deleted the photo. I told myself that it was a trick of the light, a glitch in the lenses. But the smell followed me. Weeks later, I still woke at night with the taste of iron in my mouth. Then the dreams began. Always the same. The chapel, the altar, the pit, and then the whisper. "Blood remembers." I'd wake drenched in sweat, the smell of rot thick in the air. Once I woke to find the dirt under my nails, black, damp, and cold. I hadn't left my bed. I called Sean. He answered on the first ring. "You came back." I froze. "What?" You came back last night. I didn't. He sighed. The chapel says otherwise. I drove to Leap Castle the next morning, desperate for answers. The sky was gray, the field was slick with rain, and the castle looked worse, darker, heavier, as if the stones themselves were rotting. Sean met me at the gate. You shouldn't have come. I need to see the chapel. He shook his head. It's not yours to see any more. I pushed past him. The stairs were colder than before. The air was thicker, and the smell was unbearable. When I reached the top, the door of the chapel was open. Inside, the altar gleamed wetly in the dim light, and beside it, the oubliette grate was gone. The pit was open, and I stepped closer. The air shifted. Something wet moved below. I whispered, "What do you want?" The voice answered, "Blood remembers." Then something climbed out. It wasn't human, wasn't an animal. It was wrong. A shape of rot and shadow, its limbs too long, its skin gray and cracked like old stone. Its eyes were hollowed out pits, its mouth a gash that never closed, and the smell was unbearable, sulfur and decay. I crawled towards the altar, dragging myself across the floor. The stones hissed when it touched them. I backed away, heart hammering. The thing stopped, then it looked at me and smiled. Not with lips, with the split in its face. It whispered, "Blood remembers." Then it pointed to the altar, at the stain, at me. The stain wasn't just blood, it was fresh. Not centuries old, not dried into the stone. Fresh, wet enough to glisten in the dim chapel light. I stared at it, breath shallow, heart pounding. The elemental, the thing from the pit, dragged itself towards the altar. Its limbs scraped against the floor with a sound like bone on slate. The stones hissed where it touched them. I stumbled backwards, nearly tripping over the uneven floor. The creature stopped at the altar and lifted its head. Its face, if you could call it that, was pale, cracked, like a mask stretched over something that wasn't bone. Its eyes were pits, hollow and bottomless. Its mouth was the split, like that wound that never healed, and it whispered again, "Blood remembers." The words vibrated through the chapel, through the stones, through me. I felt them in my teeth, in my bones, in the marrow of my spine. I whispered, "What do you want?" The elemental pointed at the altar, at the stain, at me. Then, impossibly, the stain spread. A thin rivulet of red crept across the stones, branching like veins, pulsing faintly. The smell hit me. It was unmistakable. Blood. Fresh blood. My blood. I looked down. A thin cut ran across my palm, shallow but bleeding. I didn't remember cutting myself. I didn't feel it, but the blood dripped onto the floor, and the floor drank it. The elemental leaned closer. Its breath was cold. Its voice was older than the chapel. "You opened the door." I shook my head violently. "No! You came back." "I didn't. You dreamed." The pit behind it groaned, a deep, ancient sound like the earth shifting. The air thickened, the walls pulsed, and the chapel felt alive, breathing and waiting. The elemental whispered, "Blood remembers. Blood returns." Then it lunged. I ran. I don't remember choosing to. My body moved before my mind did. I sprinted towards the stairs, slipping on the damp stones, catching myself on the wall. Behind me, the elemental scraped across the stone floor, its limbs dragging, its breath wet and ragged. I reached the spiral staircase and threw myself downwards. The air grew warmer with each step, but the smell followed. Rot, sulfur, and blood. The creature's breath echoed down the stairwell, louder and closer. I burst into the main hall, nearly colliding with Sean. He grabbed my arm. You opened it. I didn't. You did. You let it out. It followed me. It always follows the ones who bleed. I stared at him. What did I do? What do I do? He looked towards the chapel door. You run. So I did. Out of the hall, through the courtyard, down the gravel path. The sky was gray. The air was heavy with rain. I reached my car, fumbling for my keys, hands shaking. My engine roared to life, and I sped down the road. In the rearview mirror, Leap Castle shrank behind me. But the smell didn't. It clung to me. It followed. It remembered. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the chapel, the altar, the pit, the stain, and I heard the whisper, Blood remembers. I smelled the rot. I felt the cold breath on my neck, and at dawn I checked my palm. The cut was gone, but the skin was darker, faintly bruised, as if something had pressed into it. I washed my hands, and the bruise didn't fade. I scrubbed harder, and the bruise darkened. I whispered, No. The smell of blood filled the room, and from somewhere behind me I heard it. A breath. I turned. There was no one there. The air was colder. The room seemed a bit darker, but the bruise was darker still. By the third night, I knew I couldn't stay in a hotel. The dreams were worse, vivid, suffocating, and real. I woke with dirt under my nails once again. Once I woke standing in the corner of the room, facing the wall, my breath shallow, my hands limp at my sides. I didn't remember standing. I didn't remember dreaming. I didn't remember anything. I drove back to Leap Castle. I didn't want to, but the bruise on my palm pulsed like a heartbeat. The elemental had marked me. Sean met me at the gate, lantern in hand. You shouldn't have come. I didn't have a choice. He looked at my palm. It's in you now. What does that mean? He sighed. The chapel remembers those who bleed inside it. The pit remembers those who open it. And the elemental remembers those who wake it. I swallowed. How do I stop it? You don't. I stared at him. There has to be a way. He looked towards the tower. There is, but you won't like it. We climbed the stairs together. The air grew colder, the smell stronger. The chapel door opened, and the room was dark except for a faint glow from the altar. The pit was open, and the elemental stood beside it, waiting. Sean whispered, It wants what it lost. What did it lose? He looked at me. Blood. I gave it blood. Not enough. I swallowed. How much? Sean didn't answer. The elemental stepped forward. Its limbs cracked and hissed. Its eyes burned. And that wet breath with every exhale echoed in the hall. It pointed at the altar, at the stain, and at me. Sean whispered, "It wants you to finish what began centuries ago." I shook my head violently. "No." "You opened the door." "I didn't mean to." "You bled." "I did." "You returned." I backed away. "I'm not doing this." The elemental whispered, "Blood remembers." Then it lunged. I ran again. I reached the car, and the engine didn't start. I tried again. Nothing. The smell of rot filled the car, and I looked in the rearview mirror. The elemental stood behind me, its hollow eyes burning, its mouth split, and it whispered, "Blood returns." I screamed, and the world went black. I woke in my apartment in Fall River. I don't remember driving home. I don't remember leaving Ireland. I don't remember anything after the blackout. But the bruise on my palm is darker. The smell of blood lingers. The dreams are worse. And sometimes, late at night, I hear breathing in the hallway. Sometimes I see a shadow in the corner of the room. And sometimes I hear the whisper, "Blood remembers." When I close my eyes, I see the chapel, waiting, the pit open, the altar wet, the elemental smiling, because blood remembers, and blood returns. And one day, I will too.
The Grief Bound, written by Flayed Wolf and narrated by Steph. The wind along the western coast of Ireland doesn't just move, it mourns. It drags itself across the fields and cliffs like something grieving, something ancient, something that remembers more than any of us ever will. Most tourists hear weather, locals hear history, but that first night outside our rented stone cottage near Doolin, I heard something else entirely. I'd stepped out for air, or at least that's what I told myself. Really, I just needed a moment away from the noise inside. 5 friends crammed into a cottage built before electricity was even a rumour makes for a lot of laughter, a lot of warmth, and a lot of chaos. I love them, but sometimes I need quiet. The wind pushed against me, cold and sharp, carrying the smell of salt and peat. Behind me, the cottage windows glowed with the lamplight, shadows moving inside as the others argued about who was the worst cook. But out here, the night felt stretched thin, like something was pressing against it from the other side. I stood still, listening. At first, I thought it was just the wind catching on the stones, but then it came again, faint, almost swallowed by the night. A woman crying, not sobbing, not screaming, keening. My breath caught. I hadn't heard that sound since I was 12 years old, standing outside my grandmother's house in County Offaly. My father had died the next morning. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to breathe. "You're imagining it," I whispered. "You're tired. You're stressed." But the sound didn't stop. It grew clearer, closer. I stepped backward towards the cottage door, pulse quickening. I'm not superstitious, not really. But banshee stories cling to you if you grow up here. You don't have to believe in them to feel them. The crying rose again, thin and sharp, like grief stretched to breaking. I yanked the door open and stepped inside. Warmth hit me first, then the smell of stew, then the chatter of my friends. Maeve, Connor, Liam, and Aidan, all crowded around the table with pints and bowls of food. Maeve looked up immediately. You all right? You look like you just saw a ghost. I forced a smile. Just cold. Wind's brutal out there. Connor snorted. It's Ireland, Saoirse. The wind's always brutal. But Maeve kept watching me, her dark eyes narrowing. She's known me since university. She can read me too easily. You sure? She asked quietly. I nodded, but the sound still echoed in my skull. A woman crying. A woman warning. I sat down and tried to shake it off. The five of us had been planning this trip for years. A reunion before life pulled us in different directions. Aidan had organised everything. The cottage, the hikes, the rental car. He'd wanted something simple. Something grounding. A reminder that friendships didn't have to fade just because adulthood was messy. Tomorrow we were hiking a lesser-known trail near the Burren, a route Aidan had found in an old guidebook. It wound through limestone fields, past abandoned famine cottages, and ended at a cliffside overlook rarely visited by tourists. Remote, the guidebook said. Quiet. Untouched. Exactly what we needed. Or so I thought. Dinner wound down. Pints emptied. Stories grew louder, funnier, more exaggerated. But I kept glancing toward the window, half expecting to see a pale face pressed against the glass. At midnight, everyone drifted off to their rooms. I lingered, pretending to tidy up, waiting for the others to fall asleep. I needed to check something. When the cottage finally fell silent, I stepped outside again. The wind hit me like a slap. I listened. Nothing. Just the ocean, the grass, the distant crash of waves against the cliffs. I exhaled shakily. You're fine. You're grand. Just nerves. I turned to go back inside. That's when I heard it. A single note. Thin, trembling, impossibly human, drifting across the fields. I froze. The keening rose again, clearer this time, unmistakable. A woman's voice. A woman mourning. A woman calling. My stomach dropped. No, I whispered. Not again. I backed towards the door, hand fumbling for the handle. The keening shifted, rising into a pitch so sharp it felt like it pierced the air itself. I stumbled inside and slammed the door. I didn't sleep. I barely slept. Every time I drifted off, I jolted awake, convinced I heard that thin, trembling cry threading through the wind. By morning, my nerves felt scraped raw, but I forced myself to act normal. No one else had heard anything. No one else needed to worry. We set out early, piling into the rental car with backpacks and water bottles, and the kind of optimism only friends on holiday could muster. The sky was pale, washed out blue, the kind that promised decent weather but not warmth. The fields rolled out in every direction, dotted with sheep and stone walls older than most countries. Aidan drove. Maeve sat behind him, reading the map. Connor, Liam and I squeezed into the back, our knees knocking together every time the car hit a bump. You look wrecked, Connor said, nudging me slightly. You sick? Didn't sleep well, I said. That's all. He nodded, accepting it without question. But Maeve glanced back at me, her brow furrowed. She didn't say anything, but I could feel her watching. The road narrowed as we approached the Burren, the landscape shifting from green fields to vast stretches of limestone. It looked like the bones of the earth had risen to the surface, cracked, pale, endless. Jesus, Liam murmured. It's like another planet. It's beautiful, I said softly. And it was. Stark, ancient, hauntingly beautiful. But beneath that beauty, something felt wrong. The wind was too quiet. We parked near an old cattle gate and started along the trail Aidan had chosen. It wasn't marked, not really. Just a faint pat wore into the stone over decades. The air smelt of wild thyme and distant ocean spray. The sky stretched wide above us, a pale dome. For the first hour, Everything was perfect. We joked, we took photos, we climbed over jagged limestone ridges. The burn felt endless, a labyrinth of stone that swallowed sound and time. But then the wind shifted, and I heard it again. A thin, wavering note. A woman's voice. Keening. I stopped dead. The others walked ahead, oblivious. I turned slowly, scanning the landscape. There was no one. No cottages, no roads, just stone and sky. The keening rose again, threading through the air like a needle pulling grief behind it. My throat tightened. Saoirse? Maeve called. You coming? I forced myself forward. Yeah, sorry, just listening. To what? I hesitated. Nothing. Thought I heard something. Maeve didn't push, but she didn't look convinced. We continued on, but the sound followed. Faint, distant, but constant, like it knew my name, like it had been waiting. Around midday, we reached the abandoned famine cottage Aidan had mentioned. It sat alone on a rise of stone, its roof long gone, its walls crumbling. Grass grew through the floor. A rusted pot lay half buried near the doorway. Creepy, Connor said cheerfully. Let's explore. We stepped inside. The air felt colder here, heavy. I ran my finger along the stone wall, feeling the grooves where hands had once worked, lived, suffered. Maeve stood beside me. You okay? I nodded, though my stomach churned. Just thinking about who lived here. Hard lives, she muttered. Hard deaths. The wind outside shifted. A single note drifted through the doorway. Keening. I stiffened. Maeve's head snapped up. What was that? You heard it? She nodded slowly. Sounded like singing? No, I said. Not singing. The keening rose again, clearer this time, unmistakable. A woman mourning, a woman calling. Aidan appeared in the doorway. You two all right? Maeve opened her mouth, but I shook my head sharply. We're fine. She shot me a look, but stayed quiet. The keening faded, but it hadn't been the wind, and Maeve had heard it too. We left the cottage and continued towards the cliffs. The path grew narrower, the limestone sharper. The sky darkened slightly, clouds gathering at the horizon. I walked beside Maeve, our pace slower than the others. What did you hear? She asked quietly. I swallowed. A woman. Crying. Maeve's face tightened. Like a person? Out here? No, not like that. She waited. I exhaled shakily. When I was 12, I heard something like that. Outside my grandmother's house. My father died the next morning. Maeve stopped walking. Saoirse, I know how it sounds. She shook her head. No, I don't think you're imagining it. I stared at her. You believe in banshees now? I believe you heard something real. The wind picked up, brushing against us like clove fingers. Maeve lowered her voice. Do you think it's a warning? I didn't answer, because I already knew. It was. By late afternoon, we reached the overlook, a jagged cliff rising above the Atlantic, waves crashing far below. The view was breathtaking, the kind that makes you feel small in a way that's almost comforting. But I felt anything but comfort. The keening had grown louder. Not constant, but frequent. Like it was circling us. Like it was choosing. The others didn't seem to notice. Connor and Liam stood near the edge, taking photos. Aidan unpacked sandwiches. Maeve stayed close to me, her expression tight. The wind shifted again, and the keening rose, sharp, piercing, unmistakably close. I gasped. Maeve grabbed my arm. Saoirse. Aidan looked up. What's wrong? I opened my mouth to answer. But then the keening changed. It deepened. It stretched. It became something else. Something older. Something hungry. Something that scraped against the inside of my skull like claws. Connor turned slowly. What the hell is that? Liam backed away from the cliff. Is someone hurt? No, I whispered. No, it's not human. The keening rose again, a long, trembling wail that made the air vibrate. Aidan stepped towards us. Saoirse, what's happening? I stared at the horizon and saw her. A figure standing far across the limestone field, too far to see clearly, but close enough to know she was watching. Her hair whipped in the wind. Her dress clung to her thin frame. Her face was pale, blurred by distance. But her mouth was open, keening. My blood turned to ice. She's not warning us, I whispered. Maeve's grip tightened. Then what is she doing? I swallowed hard. She's choosing. She stood across the limestone field like a smear of pale grief against the horizon. Too far to see clearly, but close enough that every part of me knew she wasn't human. The wind whipped her hair in long, tangled strands. Her dress clung to her thin frame like a wet cloth. And her mouth was open in a sound that didn't belong in the living world. The keening rose again, vibrating through the stone beneath my boots. Connor swore under his breath. Is that a person? No, I said. It's not. Liam stepped back from the cliff edge. Maybe she's hurt. She's not hurt, I whispered. She's calling. Aidan moved closer to me, his voice low. Saoirse, what is she? I swallowed hard. A banshee. The word hung in the air like frost. Maeve didn't argue. She didn't laugh. She didn't roll her eyes. She just stared at the figure across the field, her face pale. The keening shifted again, rising into a pitch so sharp it felt like it escaped the inside of my skull. I winced, pressing my hands to my ears. Connor did the same. Jesus Christ, it hurts! Liam stumbled, nearly dropping his phone. It's like it's inside my head. Aidan grabbed my arm. We need to go. But the limestone beneath us trembled, just slightly, like something deep below was shifting. The banshee's head tilted, and she began to walk towards us. She didn't move like a person. Her steps were too smooth, too gliding, as if her feet barely touched the ground. The wind around her twisted unnaturally, pulling toward her like she was a hole in the world. Maeve whispered, Saoirse, she's coming straight for us. I know. Why? I swallowed. Because she's not warning us anymore. The keening deepened. No longer grief, but hunger. A sound that felt like it was peeling back layers of my mind, searching for something inside me. Connor backed away. We need to leave. Now. Aidan nodded. Grab your stuff. Move. We scrambled to pack our bags, hands shaking. The banshee kept walking, her pale form growing clearer with every step. Her hair was long and wild, tangled with seaweed and something darker. Her skin looked almost translucent, stretched over sharp bones. Her eyes... I froze. Her eyes were black. Not dark. Black, like two pits carved into her skull. She opened her mouth wider. The keening exploded across the field. The limestone cracked beneath our feet. A fissure split into the ground near Connor's boots, jagged and sudden. He yelped and jumped back, nearly falling. What the hell? The banshee's voice rose again, and another crack tore through the stone, snaking towards us like a living thing. "She's doing that," Maeve whispered. The land, she's making it move." The wind whipped violently, pushing us toward the cliff edge. I dug my heels into the stone, heart pounding. "She's not just an omen," I said. "She's something older." Aidan grabbed my hand. "We're leaving. Now." We ran. The limestone field stretched out before us, uneven and treacherous. The banshee keening followed, rising and falling like a predator's breath. The cracks in the stone widened, forcing us to leap over them. Connor slipped, catching himself on a jagged rock. "She's right behind us." I didn't look. I couldn't. The keening shifted again, becoming a whisper inside my skull. "Saoirse." I stumbled. Maeve grabbed my arm. "Don't listen. Don't you dare listen." But the whisper grew louder. "Saoirse, come back." My breath hitched. She knew my name. The banshee's voice slid through my mind like cold fingers, prying at memories I hadn't touched in years. My father's funeral, my grandmother's trembling hands, the night I first heard the keening as a child. "You belong to me." "No," I whispered. "No, I don't." The wind slammed into me, knocking me sideways. Aidan caught me before I hit the ground. "Move!" he shouted. "She's getting closer." We sprinted across the limestone, our breaths ragged, our legs burning. The banshee's keening rose behind us, vibrating through the air like a blade. The ground cracked again, a fissure tearing openly directly in our path. Liam jumped it. Connor followed. Maeve leapt, landing hard. I hesitated. The crack widened. Aidan grabbed my waist and lifted me over it, both of us stumbling on the other side. The banshee's voice rose again, a long, trembling wail that made the sky darken. Clouds gathered unnaturally fast, swirling above her like a storm forming around a single point. "She's controlling the weather," Maeve gasped. "She's controlling everything," I said. The wind shifted again, pulling us toward a cluster of jagged rocks. Connor slammed into one, cursing, blood trickling down his arm. Liam grabbed him. "Come on!" We kept running. The banshee's footsteps, or whatever passed for footsteps, grew louder behind us. Not the sound of feet on stone, but something softer, wetter, like flesh dragging against the earth. I risked a glance back. She was closer. Much closer. Her mouth was open wide, her jaw unhinged, her teeth long and sharp like shards of bone. Her eyes were pits of darkness, pulling the light out of the air around her. She wasn't a woman. She wasn't a ghost. She was something older than grief, something that fed on it. We reached a narrow stretch of limestone that sloped downward toward the road. The car was visible in the distance, small, but reachable. "We're almost there," Aidan shouted. But the banshee screamed, a sound so sharp it felt like it split the sky. The limestone beneath us shuddered. Then it collapsed. The ground dropped out from under us, a section of stone giving away like brittle bone. We fell, tumbling down the slope, scraping against jagged rocks. Pain exploded across my arms and legs. I hit the ground hard, the breath knocked out of me. Maeve landed beside me, groaning. Connor and Liam rolled further down, coughing, bleeding. Aidan slid last, grabbing onto a rock to slop himself. I tried to stand. My ankles screamed. The banshee's keening grew louder, echoing across the broken stone. She stood at the top of the slope, looking down at us. Her mouth stretched wider. Her voice became a whisper inside my skull again. "Saoirse, you cannot run." I trembled. Maeve grabbed my hand. "We're not dying here." Aidan reached us, pulling me up. "Move. Now." We limped, stumbled, crawled towards the road. The banshee began to descend the slope, not walking, not gliding, but crawling. Her limbs bending wrong, her joints cracking, her body contorting like something had forgotten how to be human. Her keening rose again, a sound that made the air ripple. The sky darkened further. The wind screamed. The land trembled. She was everywhere, and she was coming for us. We reached the road in a half crawl, half stumble. Our bodies scraped raw from the limestone collapse. The rental car sat only 20 meters away, a silver lifeline in the middle of nowhere. But the banshee was descending the slope behind us, her limbs bending wrong, her body contorting like something that had forgotten how to be human. Her keening rose again, a sound that made the air ripple and the sky bruise darker. Aidan pulled me forward. "Come on, Saoirse, we're almost there." But the wind shifted, slamming into us from the side. It wasn't natural wind. It moved with intention, pushing us away from the car, herding us like cattle. "She's controlling it," Maeve gasped. "She doesn't want us to leave." Connor limped forward, blood dripping down his arm. "I don't care what she wants. I'm getting in that car." He reached the door first, yanking it open. The banshee screamed. The sound hit us like a physical force. Connor dropped to his knees, clutching his head. Liam staggered backward, falling onto the road. Maeve pressed her hands to her ears, tears streaming down her face. But the scream didn't just hurt. It changed things. The road behind us rippled, the asphalt warping like a heat haze, then twisting, bending, reshaping itself. The car blurred, its edges smearing like wet paint. The horizon folded inward, the sky bending unnaturally. I blinked hard. The road wasn't a road anymore. It was stone, limestone, stretching endlessly in every direction. "What?" Aidan choked. "Where's the road? Where's the car?" Maeve spun in a circle, panic rising. "It was right here, it was right..." The banshee's voice slid into my skull again. "You cannot leave. Not you." I trembled. She wasn't just chasing us. She was reshaping the land to trap us. The banshee reached the bottom of the slope, her movements jerky and unnatural. Her hair whipped around her like a living thing. Her eyes, those black pits, locked onto mine. And suddenly, I remembered something. A story my grandmother told me when I was little. A story I'd forgotten until now. Our family hears the keening more clearly than others. It's a gift, Saoirse, and a curse. The banshee follows our blood. My breath caught. This wasn't random. This wasn't chance. She wasn't choosing me. She was claiming me. Aidan grabbed my shoulders. "Saoirse, look at me. What's happening?" I swallowed hard. "She's connected to my family." Maeve stared. "What do you mean?" "My grandmother, she used to say we had a gift. That we could hear things others couldn't. That the banshee followed our bloodline." Connor's face paled. "You're telling me this thing is here because of you?" I flinched. Maeve snapped at him. "It's not her fault." But Connor wasn't wrong. The banshee's keening rose again, vibrating through the stone beneath us. "You belong to me." I shook my head violently. "No, I don't." The banshee stepped forward. The limestone cracked beneath her feet. The landscape had changed completely. The road was gone. The car was gone. The cliffs were gone. We stood in a vast limestone field that hadn't been there minutes ago. "She's making us see this," Liam whispered. "It's not real." "No," I said. "It is." The banshee screamed again, a long, trembling wail that made the sky pulse. The ground shifted. Stone slabs rose from the earth, forming a circle around us. Tall, jagged, ancient, like a burial site or a ritual ground. Connor backed into one of the stones. What the hell is this? Maeve's voice shook. A dolmen. A stone circle. They're thousands of years old. But they weren't here, Aiden said. They weren't anywhere near here. The banshee stepped into the circle. The stones vibrated. The air thickened. The wind died completely. She opened her mouth wider, her jaw stretching impossibly far. Her voice slid into my skull again. Your family heard me first. Your family fed me. And now you will finish what they began. My stomach dropped. What did they begin? I whispered. The banshee tilted her head. Her voice became a whisper inside my bones. A pact. Maeve grabbed my arm. Saoirse. But the banshee kept speaking. Your ancestor called me, begged me, offered me grief in exchange for protection. I answered, I fed, and the pact passed through blood. I shook my head. No, that's not true. It is, and you are the last. The stones around us pulsed with a dull, sickly light. Aiden stepped in front of me. You're not taking her. The banshee's head snapped toward him. Her mouth stretched wider. Her voice became a shriek. The stone beneath Aiden's feet cracked open. He fell to his knees, coughing, blood dripping from his nose. Aiden! I cried, grabbing him. The banshee's voice slid into my skull again. He cannot protect you. None of them can. You are mine by blood. I trembled. Maeve stepped beside me, her voice shaking but firm. She's not yours. She's ours. The banshee's eyes narrowed. The winds returned, violent, swirling, tearing at our clothes and hair. The stones pulsed again. The ground trembled. The banshee raised her arms, and the sky split open. Lightning tore across the sky, striking the stones, the air filled with the smell of ozone and burning earth. The wind screamed, pushing us towards the center of the circle. Connor grabbed Liam. We need to get out of here. There is no out, Maeve said. She's controlling everything. The banshee's keening rose again, a sound that made my vision blur. My knees buckled. Aiden caught me. Stay with me, Saoirse. But the banshee's voice slid deeper into my mind. Your blood calls me. Your grief feeds me. Your life belongs to me. No, I whispered. No, it doesn't. Lightning struck again, closer this time. The stones glowed brighter. The banshee stepped forward, her body contorting, her limbs bending wrong, her mouth stretched into an impossible grin. She reached out a hand. Her fingers were long, sharp, bone white. She touched the air in front of me. The world rippled. My vision dimmed. My breath caught. And I felt something inside me shift. Like a door opening. A door I didn't know existed. A door she had been waiting for. Maeve screamed my name. Aiden pulled me back. The banshee lunged. Lightning struck the ground between us. The world exploded in white light. The world was still white when the lightning faded, a blinding, searing brightness that swallowed everything. I couldn't see the stones. I couldn't see the sky. I couldn't see my friends. I couldn't see the banshee. I floated in the light, weightless, breathless, suspended. Then the light thinned. Shapes returned. Stone, sky, wind. My friends, scattered, dazed, struggling to stand. and the banshee. She stood directly in front of me now, close enough that I could see every detail of her face. Her skin was stretched thin over sharp bones. Her hair was tangled with seaweed and something darker. Her eyes were pits of blackness that swallowed the world around them. Her mouth opened, but she didn't scream. She spoke, not aloud, but inside me. Your ancestor made the pact willingly. My stomach twisted. He called me. He begged me. He offered me grief in exchange for power, protection, control. No, I whispered. My family, they weren't like that. Her head tilted, neck bending at an unnatural angle. He was. The stones around us pulsed again, glowing faintly. Maeve staggered to her feet. Saoirse, don't listen to her. But the banshee's voice slid deeper into my mind. He bound his bloodline to me. He fed me with the deaths he caused. And when he died, the pact passed to his children and their children. And now, her mouth stretched wider. You. I shook my head violently. I didn't make any pact. I didn't agree to anything. Her voice became a whisper inside my bones. You don't have to agree. Blood agrees for you. Aidan stepped between us, his voice shaking but firm. You're not taking her. The banshee's eyes snapped towards him. Her mouth opened. The keening exploded. Aidan dropped to his knees, clutching his head, blood dripping from his ears. Aidan! I screamed, grabbing him. Maeve ran to help, pulling him back. Connor and Liam staggered towards us, all of them shaking, bleeding, terrified. The banshee stepped closer. The stones pulsed again. The ground trembled. The sky darkened. She raised her arms, and the world shifted. Suddenly, I wasn't in the stone circle anymore. I stood in a small cottage, old, cramped, lit by a single oil lamp. The air smelled of peat smoke and damp wool. A man sat at a wooden table, his hands trembling, his eyes hollow. I recognized him, not from this life, but from photographs. My great-great-grandfather. He whispered into the darkness, voice shaking. I call you. I beg you. I offer what I have. The air rippled. The banshee appeared in the corner. Younger, less twisted, but still wrong. Her hair hung long and dark. Her eyes were deep wells of grief. She stepped toward him. He didn't flinch. He knelt. I offer my sorrow, he whispered. I offer my grief. I offer my blood. The banshee's mouth stretched into a thin, terrible smile. I accept. The cottage dissolved. The stone circle returned. The banshee stood before me, her mouth open in a grin that showed too many teeth. He gave me your bloodline, and now you will finish what he began. I trembled. Maeve grabbed my arm. Saoirse, what did you see? I swallowed hard. He did it. He made the pact on purpose. Connor stared. Why would he do that? Power. Protection. Control, I whispered. Liam shook his head. That's insane. The banshee's voice slid into my skull again. He killed for me, and I fed, and now you will feed me too. No, I said. I won't. Her mouth stretched wider. You already have. My breath caught. What do you mean? Your grief, your losses, your pain. I have tasted them all. I staggered backward. Maeve held me up. Saoirse, the banshee stepped closer. Your father, your grandmother, every death in your family fed me. Every tear you shed strengthened the pact. You are mine. No, I whispered. No, I didn't know. Knowledge is irrelevant. Blood is binding. The stones pulsed again. The ground trembled. The wind screamed. The banshee raised her arms. Lightning tore across the sky. Aidan forced himself to stand, blood dripping from his ears. Saoirse, run! I can't leave you. You can't stay. The banshee screamed, a sound that made the sky split open. The stones cracked. The ground shook violently. Connor grabbed Liam. We need to move. Maeve pulled me towards the edge of the circle. Come on! But the banshee's voice slid into my skull again. You cannot run from blood. The ground beneath me cracked open. I fell to my knees. Maeve screamed my name. Aidan lunged toward me. The banshee reached out. Her finger brushed my cheek. Cold, sharp, bone white. My vision dimmed. My breath caught. And I felt something inside me shift, like a door opening. A door my ancestor had built. A door she had been waiting for. The banshee whispered, Finish the pact. I screamed. The world exploded into white light again. When the light faded, I was lying on the ground outside the stone circle. The limestone field was gone. The stones were gone. The storm was gone. We were back on the hiking trail. The car was visible in the distance. The sky was clear. The wind was normal. But the banshee, she stood far across the field, watching me. Her mouth was closed. Her eyes were black. Her voice slid into my skull one last time. The pact is not finished. Then she vanished. The world snapped back into place with a violence that made my vision blur. One moment I was drowning in white light, the banshee's fingers brushing my cheek, the pact yawning open inside me like a wound. The next, I was lying on the hiking trail, the limestone field gone, the stone circle gone, the storm gone. The sky was clear. The wind was normal. The car was exactly where it had been. But the banshee, she stood far across the field, watching me. Her hair whipped in the wind. The dress clung to her thin frame. Her eyes were black pits that swallowed the world around them. She didn't move. She didn't scream. She just watched. Her voice slid into my skull one last time. The pact is not finished. Then she vanished. Not in a burst of light. Not in a scream. Not in a ripple of air. She simply wasn't there anymore. Like she had stepped behind the world. For a long moment, none of us spoke. The wind rustled the glass. A distant gull cried. The ocean murmured somewhere beyond the hills. Maeve knelt beside me, her hands trembling. Saoirse, are you okay? I didn't answer. I couldn't. Aidan crouched on my other side, blood still drying on his ears. She's gone. No, I whispered. She's not. Connor staggered towards us, limping, his arm wrapped in his shirt to stop the bleeding. I don't care if she's gone or not. We're leaving. Right now. Liam nodded, pale and shaking. We need a hospital, or a Garda station, or something. But I couldn't move. The banshee's last words echoed inside me like a heartbeat. The pact is not finished. Maeve squeezed my hand. Saoirse, look at me. You're safe. I looked at her, and I lied. I'm fine. We piled into the car, bruised, bleeding, terrified. Aidan drove, his hand shaking on the wheel. Maeve sat beside him, glancing back at me every few seconds. Connor and Liam slumped in the back seat, silent. I stared out the window. The landscape looked normal. The sky looked normal. The road looked normal. But I didn't feel normal. Something inside me felt open. Like a door had been unlocked. Like something inside was waiting. The banshee's voice whispered faintly in my skull. Blood remembers. I closed my eyes. Back at the cottage, we moved like ghosts. No one spoke. No one laughed. No one tried to make sense of what had happened. Maeve cleaned Connor's arm. Aidan washed the blood from his ears. Liam sat at the table, staring at nothing. I stood alone near the window, watching the fields. The wind picked up. Not violently. Not unnaturally. Just normally. But I flinched anyway. Maeve approached quietly. Saoirse. I didn't turn. She's still out there. Maeve hesitated. Maybe. But she's not here. She doesn't have to be here. Maeve swallowed. What did she do to you? I pressed my hand to my chest. It feels like something's inside me. Not her, exactly, but something she opened. Maeve's voice softened. We'll figure it out. I shook my head. No, this is my family's fault. My ancestor made the pact. He bound us to her, and she's been feeding on us ever since. Maeve touched my shoulder. Then we break it. I turned to her. How? She didn't answer, because she didn't know. The others fell asleep eventually, exhaustion pulling them under, but I stayed awake, sitting near the window, watching the fields. The moon rose, the wind shifted, and I heard it. Faint, distant, a single note. Keening. My breath caught. I stood slowly, moving toward the door. Maeve stirred on the couch. Saoirse, where are you going? I need to know she's still there. Maeve stood, grabbing my arm. No, you're not going out there alone. I hesitated, then nodded. We stepped outside together. The night was cold, the air sharp. The field stretched out in silver and shadow. The ocean murmured in the distance. The keening rose again, faint, trembling, almost gentle. Maeve whispered, Do you see her? No, but I felt her. Not in the air, not in the wind. Inside me, a whisper, a presence, a hunger. The pact is not finished. I shivered. Maeve squeezed the back of my hand. We'll break it, I promise. I nodded, but I didn't believe her. Because the banshee wasn't gone. She wasn't defeated. She wasn't even weakened. She had simply stepped back, waiting, watching, listening. And the door inside me, the one my ancestor had opened, was still wide open. We went back inside, locking the door behind us. Maeve stayed close, refusing to let me out of her sight. The others slept fitfully, murmuring in their dreams. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling. The wind outside shifted, and the keening rose again. Not loud, not violent, just a single soft note. A reminder, a promise, a claim. It slid through the cracks of the cottage, through the walls, through the air, through my bones. Saoirse. I closed my eyes. The banshee whispered, I will return. And I knew she would, because the pact wasn't finished, because blood remembers, because she wasn't gone, just waiting, listening, choosing. And next time, she wouldn't be alone.
I didn't go to Loftus Hall looking for ghosts. I went because my brother insisted the place was just a house, and because I'd spent most of my adult life scoffing at the kind of stories people whispered about the Hook Peninsula. But the truth is simpler. I went because I didn't believe anything could still scare me. I was wrong. Loftus Hall sits on the one square tip of Hook Head, a massive, grey, many-windowed mansion that looks like it's leaning forward, listening. Even before I stepped out of the car, the place felt wrong. Not haunting, not supernatural. Just wrong in the way an abandoned hospital feels wrong. Too much history, too much grief soaked into the walls. The wind coming off the Irish Sea was sharp enough to sting. The gravel crushed under my boots as I walked toward the entrance. The whole facade was exactly as I'd seen in photos. Weathered stone, boarded windows, and that strange mixture of grandeur and decay that only old Anglo-Irish houses seem to have. My brother, Liam, was already at the door, grinning like an idiot. "Come on," he said. "You're not checking it out now." "I'm not checking it out," I muttered. "I just don't see the point." He pushed the door open. The point became clear immediately. The air inside was colder than the wind outside. Not normal cold. A deep, bone-tightening chill that made my breath fog. The entrance hall was enormous, with a grand staircase rising toward a stained glass skylight. I'd seen photos of it online. The staircase was famous, part of the house's long history of hauntings and exorcisms. But photos didn't capture the feeling that something was watching from the landing. Liam walked ahead, his footsteps echoing. "See? Just a house." I followed slowly, scanning the shadows. The house wasn't empty. It felt occupied, not by people, by memory. We made our way through the ground floor. The drawing room, the dining hall, the long corridor lined with portraits whose eyes seemed to follow us. Every room felt colder than the last. Every doorway felt like it led somewhere we shouldn't go. Eventually, we reached the room, the card room, the one room from the legend. The Totem family had lived here in the 18th century. One stormy night, a stranger arrived seeking shelter. He played cards with the family, and Totem, the daughter, dropped the card and bent to pick it up, and saw the stranger's cloven hoof. The man supposedly burst through the ceiling in a ball of fire, leaving a hole that could never be repaired. I didn't believe the devil story, but I believe Anne saw something that broke her. The room was small, with peeling wallpaper and a warped wooden floor. The ceiling above us was patched, but you could still see the outline of the old damage. A circular discoloration, like a burn mark. Liam laughed nervously. Imagine believing that hoof story. I didn't laugh, because the room felt wrong. The air was heavy, like humidity without moisture. My ears rang slightly, the way they do before a storm. I stepped closer to the patched ceiling, staring at that faint outline. Something shifted behind me, a soft sound, like a footstep. I turned. Nothing. But the air had changed, colder, tighter, as if the room had inhaled. "Did you hear that?" I asked. "Hear what?" I didn't answer, because I wasn't sure I'd heard anything. I'd felt it. We climbed the grand staircase. The wood creaked under our weight. The skylight above was stained with age, casting a dull reddish glow over the landing. The corridor stretched ahead, long and narrow, lined with doors, and Tottenham's room was at the end. She'd been confined there after the incident. She died there. People claimed her ghost still appeared in the upper windows, pale and watching. I didn't want to go down that corridor, but Liam did. Come on, he said. You're not scared. I followed, though every step felt heavier than the last. The corridor was colder than the rest of the house. My breath failed again. The floorboards groaned underfoot. Halfway down, I stopped. Liam, I whispered, do you feel that? He turned. Feel what? The cold. It's an old house. No, I said, it's different. He rolled his eyes and kept walking. I stayed still. The air around me felt thick, like something was pressing against my chest. My heartbeat slowed, heavy and deliberate. The corridor seemed to stretch, the far end pulling away like a tunnel. Then I heard it, a soft, rhythmic sound. Breathing. Not mine, not Liam's. Behind me. I turned slowly. The corridor behind me was empty. Breathing continued. Slow, shallow, loose. I stepped backward, my pulse hammering. Liam, I whispered, come back. He turned, annoyed, then froze, because he heard it too. The breathing right between us. We backed away slowly, moving toward the staircase. The breathing grew louder, more strained, like someone struggling to inhale. The air grew colder still, the corridor dimming as if the skylight above had clouded over. Then, at the far end of the hall, Anne's door creaked, just slightly, enough to open a crack, enough to show darkness inside. Liam whispered, Jesus Christ. The breathing stopped. The silence was worse. I felt something then. Not cold, not fear. Something deeper. A pressure behind my eyes. Like a migraine forming. The corridor seemed to tilt. The walls felt closer. The door at the end opened wider. Closely. Deliberately. I grabbed Liam's arm. We need to go. He didn't argue. We ran. Down the corridor. Down the stairs. Through the entrance hall. Out into the wind. We didn't stop until we reached the car. We drove in silence for minutes, the sea wind battering the car. My hand shook on the steering wheel. Liam stared straight ahead, pale. Finally, he said, you heard it too? Yes. And the door? Yes. He swallowed. What was it? I didn't answer, because I didn't know. But I knew one thing. It wasn't a ghost. It was something older. Something that had lived in Loftus home long before the Tottenhams, long before the Loftus family, long before the nuns who read the Covenant there in the mid-1900s. Something that had been fed by centuries of grief, fear, and silence. Something that didn't want us there. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the corridor stretching ahead, the door opening, the darkness inside. I heard the breathing, slow, shallow, close. At dawn, I checked my phone. One new photo. I hadn't taken any photos. My hand shook as I opened it. It was the upstairs corridor, taken from behind us, as if someone had been standing there, watching. The breathing returned, not in the room, not in the house, in the phone speaker. Soft, shallow, close. I dropped the phone. The breathing continued. I didn't go back to Loftus Hall, but I know I will hear that breathing again, because some places don't let you leave. Some places follow, and Loftus Hall is one of them.
The Hunger That Walks the Road. Written by Flayed Wolf. Narrated by Steph. I never believed in the Far Gorta until the day I saw him standing at the edge of the bog road, his shadow thinner than the grass that grew through the cracks in the tarmac. I'd come back to County Mayo for the first time in years, not for nostalgia, but necessity. My mother's cottage near Ballintubber had been sitting empty since she passed, and I needed to clear it out before the damp swallowed it whole. I told myself it would be a weekend job, box the old china, sort the papers, call the auctioneer. But the moment I crossed the bridge over the River Robe, the air changed. It smelled of peat and rain and something else. Something metallic, like hunger. The locals still called it the famine air. They said it never left. The cottage sat on a rise overlooking the bog, its whitewash peeling, its roof sagging under moss. I parked the car and stood for a moment, listening to the wind move through the reeds. It was quiet in the way that rural Ireland can be. Not silence, but the kind of stillness that feels like it's waiting. Inside, everything was exactly as she'd left it. The kettle on the stove, the rosary on the table, the framed photo of my father taken before the cancer hollowed him out. I felt the familiar guilt settle in my chest, the guilt of leaving, of staying gone, of coming back too late. I started by cleaning. By evening, the light had gone gold and thin. I had opened the window to let the air in, and that's when I saw him. A man standing on the road. Tall, gaunt, still. He wore a long coat that hung from his frame like wet paper. His skin looked grey, almost translucent, and his hair was tin and colourless. He didn't move. He didn't wave. He just watched. I blinked, and he was gone. Later that night, I went into the village for some food. The Crossroads Inn hadn't changed. Same low ceiling, same smell of turf smoke and spilled Guinness. The bartender, Seamus, recognised me immediately. "Back home, are you?" he said, wiping a glass. "Just for a few days," I replied, sorting the cottage. He nodded. "Hard job. Place like that holds on to memories." I smiled faintly. "And ghosts?" He chuckled. "Plenty of those around here." I hesitated. "Seamus, have you ever heard of the Far Gorta?" The laughter died in his throat. He set the glass down slowly. "Why do you ask?" "I thought I saw someone on the road. Thin man, looked wrong." Seamus's eyes darkened. "You didn't offer him food, did you?" "No." "Good." He leaned closer. "If you see him again, don't speak. Don't give him anything. Not a coin, not a crumb. He is the hunger that walks. Once you feed him, he follows." I frowned. "You believe that?" He shrugged. "Belief's not the point. The old stories are warnings, not fairy tales." I left soon after, the echo of his words following me out into the rain. The next morning, I drove into town for supplies. The road wound through the bog, narrow and uneven. Mist clung to the grass, thick enough to blur the horizon. Halfway there, I saw him again. standing at the bend. Same coat, same stillness, but this time he raised his head. His eyes met mine, hollow, sunken, impossibly dark. I pressed the accelerator, heart hammering. The car jolted forward, tires skidding on wet tarmac. When I looked in the mirror, he was gone. I didn't breathe until I reached the shop. That night, I found one of my mother's old notebooks, a battered ledger filled with her handwriting. She'd been obsessed with folklore, collecting stories from neighbours and old parish records. I flipped through the pages until I found the heading. Far Gorta, the Hungry Man. Her notes were meticulous. Appears during times of famine or spiritual hunger. Said to be the ghost of a man who starved, cursed to wander until fed. Those who feed him are blessed with prosperity. Those who refused are cursed with want. But beneath that, she'd written something else, smaller, almost hidden in the margin. He doesn't ask for food anymore. He takes it. The ink had bled through the page. Around midnight, I heard it, a soft knock at the door. 3 times. I froze. The cottage was miles from the nearest house. No one should have been out there. The knock came again. 3 slow, deliberate taps. I crept to the window and peered out. Nothing. Just the bog, the rain, the dark. I waited. Then, faintly through the wind, I heard a voice, a whisper. I'm hungry. My blood turned to ice. I backed away from the window, heart pounding. The voice came again, closer this time. I'm hungry. I grabbed the poker from beside the stove and stood in the middle of the room, shaking. The door creaked, the latch lifted, and then silence. I waited for hours, listening to the wind scrape against the walls. He never came in, but I didn't sleep. In the morning, I found footprints outside the door, long, narrow, bare. They led away from the cottage, down the road, toward the bog. I followed them. The air was heavy, the sky low. The bog stretched out in every direction, endless and grey. The footprints disappeared near an old famine memorial, a stone cross surrounded by wild grass. I stood there, staring at the inscription. In memory of those who starved, 1847. The wind shifted, and I smelt it again. That metallic tang. Hunger. I turned. He was standing behind me, closer than before. His face was hollow, his eyes black, his mouth slightly open. I couldn't move. He raised a hand, thin, skeletal, and pointed at me. And then he whispered, "You fed me once." He pointed at me with that long, skeletal finger, and the bog seemed to tilt beneath my feet. The air thickened, heavy with the smell of wet earth and something sour, like spoiled milk. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. His voice, thin, rasping, impossibly close, slid through the wind. "You fed me once." My throat tightened. "No," I whispered. "I didn't." But he didn't blink, didn't sway, didn't breathe. He simply stared, and then he smiled. It wasn't a human smile. It was a slow, cracking stretch of skin over bone, revealing teeth that looked too small, too many, too uneven. A famine smile. A hunger smile. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over a stone. The Far Gorta didn't follow. He just watched, his head tilting slightly, like a starving dog waiting for a handout. I turned and ran. By the time I reached the cottage, my lungs burned and my hands shook so badly, I dropped the keys twice. I slammed the door behind me, locked it, then shoved a chair under the handle. It was ridiculous. The Far Gorta wasn't a burglar, but fear makes you stupid. I paced the kitchen, trying to steady my breathing. "You fed me once." The words echoed in my skull. I hadn't fed anyone. Not recently, not ever in a way that mattered. But then I remember something, a memory so small I'd forgotten it until now. I was 8 years old. My mother had taken me to the family memorial for a school project. We'd bought bread, stale, hard, left over from the week, to leave as an offering. She said it was symbolic, a gesture of remembrance. I dropped the piece on the ground. A man had been standing nearby, thin, grey, watching. He'd picked up the bread and eaten it. I'd forgotten that moment entirely until now. I pulled my mother's folklore notebook from the table and flipped through the pages again. Her handwriting was tight, slanted, almost frantic in places. She'd written about banshees, puka, changelings, dulhans, all the usual Irish folklore. But the Far Gorta section was the strongest. She'd interviewed locals, collected stories, compared accounts. One entry stood out. Far Gorta's slightings increase during personal grief or community hardship. He appears to those who carry hunger inside them, emotional, spiritual, or ancestral. Another, once fed, he remembers, he returns, he follows. And beneath that, written in darker ink, he is not a beggar, he is hunger given form. I closed the notebook, my hands trembling. If he remembered me from childhood, if that tiny piece of bread counted, then he'd be waiting decades. For what? That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the cottage made my heart jump. Every gust of wind sounded like footsteps. I laid awake until dawn, staring at the ceiling, listening. Around 6 a.m, I heard it. A soft scrape, like fingernails dragging across wood. I sat up slowly. The sound came again. Scrape, scrape, scrape. I led Tip to the window and looked out. Nothing. Just the bog, the mist, the pale morning light. Then I looked down, and I saw the marks. Long, thin scratches along the windowsill. Fresh, deep, carved into the paint. My stomach dropped. He'd been here, watching, waiting. By midday, I couldn't take it anymore. I drove into the village, desperate for human contact. The Crossroad Inn was quiet. Only 2 old men nursing pints and Seamus behind the bar. He looked up as I entered. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I sat down heavily. I saw him again. Seamus's face tightened. "The Far Gorta?" I nodded. "Did he speak?" "Yes." Seamus swallowed. "What did he say?" "That I fed him once." The bartender's expression changed. Not disbelief, not fear, but recognition. "Then he's marked you." My skin crawled. "Marked me?" Seamus leaned closer. "The Far Gorta doesn't forget kindness, or cruelty, or anything in between. If you fed him once, even by accident, he sees you as a source." "A source of what?" Seamus hesitated. "Sustenance." I felt sick. I didn't mean to feed him. Intent doesn't matter. Hunger does. I stared at him. How do I stop him? Seamus looked away. "You don't." When I returned to the cottage, the air felt wrong. Heavy. Thick. Like the humidity before a storm. I stepped inside cautiously, scanning the room. Everything looked normal. Until I reached the kitchen. The loaf of bread I'd bought the day before, untouched, wrapped in plastic, was gone. The wrapper lay on the floor. Empty. I froze. Someone had been inside. No. Something. I checked the door. Still locked. Chair still wedged under the handle. The windows were shut. No sign of forced entry. But the bread was gone. And on the counter, written in crumbs, was a single word. More. My breath caught. He'd come inside, without opening anything, without breaking anything, without leaving footprints. He'd simply entered, like hunger itself. That evening, I walked the bog road again, desperate for answers. The mist was thicker than usual, clinging to my clothes, my hair, my skin. The air smelled of peat and something else, something rotten. Halfway down the road, I saw it, a shape lying in the grass. I approached slowly, dread curling in my stomach. It was a sheep, or what was left of one. Its body was gaunt, hollowed out, ribs protruding sharply. Its eyes were sunken, its mouth open in a silent bleat. There were no wounds, no blood, no sign of attack. It looked starved, completely, impossibly starved, in a single night. I backed away, trembling. The Far Gorta didn't just take food, it took hunger. He created it. He spread it. When I reached the cottage, the door was open. Just slightly. A crack. A sliver. Enough to see the darkness inside. I froze. The chair was still under the handle. The lock was still latched. But the door was open. I pushed it gently. It creaked. Inside, the air was cold. Too cold. The kind of cold that feels like it's coming from inside your bones. I stepped forward and saw him, standing in the corner. Tall, gaunt, grey. His eyes were black pits. His mouth hung open. And in his hand, long, skeletal, trembling, he held something. The last slice of bread. He raised it slowly, toward me. A gift, a curse, a claim. His voice slid through the room like a blade. You fed me once. He stepped closer. Now I feed you. He stepped closer, holding that last slice of bread between his fingers like an offering. Or threat. His hand trembled, not with weakness, but with anticipation. The way a starving person shakes when food is finally within reach. Except he wasn't starving. He was hunger. I backed away until my spine hit the wall. The Far Gorta tilted its head, studying me with those hollow, bottomless eyes. His mouth hung open, a dark cavern framed by cracked lips. Now I feed you. The slice of bread crumbled in his hand, falling to the floor in dry flakes. He didn't look down. He didn't blink. He simply breathed, a slow, rattling inhale that pulled the air out of the room. The temperature dropped. My breath fogged. The cottage groaned, wood contracting in the sudden cold. I whispered, "What do you want?" His voice slid across the floor like a shadow. To be remembered. Then he vanished. Not in a burst of light, not in a flicker. He simply wasn't there anymore. The cottage warmed instantly, as if he'd taken the cold with him. I collapsed to the floor, shaking. I didn't leave the cottage for hours. I sat at the table, staring at the crumbs on the floor, replaying every second of what had just happened. My mind tried to rationalize it. Hallucination, exhaustion, grief. But the scratches on the windowsill were real. The missing bread was real. The sheep on the bog road was real. And the Far Gorta had spoken to me. He touched the world. He touched my world. By late afternoon, I forced myself outside. The air felt heavy, as if the bog itself was holding its breath. I walked the road slowly, scanning the grass, the ditch, the horizon. Nothing. No sign of him. But the hunger in the air, that metallic tang, lingered. Near the village, I saw an old woman sitting on a stone wall, her shawl wrapped tightly around her shoulders. She watched me approach with a sharp, knowing eye. "You're Mary O'Callaghan's daughter," she said. I nodded. "Saoirse." She tilted her head. "You've seen him." My stomach dropped. "Who?" "The hungry man." I swallowed. "The Far Gorta." She nodded once, solemnly. "He walks again." I hesitated. "What do you know about him?" Her gaze drifted toward the bog. He comes when the land remembers suffering, when grief sits too heavy, when hunger is the bones of the people. I didn't call him. No, she said softly. But your mother did. My breath caught. My mother? She fed him, years ago, during the bad winter. She left bread on the sill, said it was for the spirits, but spirits don't eat bread. I felt sick. She fed him? The old woman nodded, and once fed, he returned to the bloodline. My pulse hammered. He said I fed him once. You did, she said, when you were a child. You dropped bread at the memorial. He took it. I stared at her. Why me? Why now? She looked at me with pity. Because you came back. And because he's hungry. I left the village shaken, her words echoing in my skull. The sun dipped low, turning the bog golden shadowed. The road stretched ahead, empty and quiet. Halfway home, I saw him, standing in the middle of the road, facing me. His coat hung from his frame like a wet cloth. His skin looked thinner than before, stretched tight over sharp bones. His eyes were black pits, reflecting nothing. I stopped walking. He didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't blink. He simply existed, a shape carved out of famine and memory. I whispered, "What do you want from me?" His voice drifted across the road, thin and cold. To be fed. I shook my head. I don't have anything. He stepped closer. You do. My stomach twisted. I won't give you anything. He tilted his head. You already have. I backed away. Stay away from me. He didn't follow. Instead, he raised his hand, long, skeletal, trembling, and pointed at the bog. I turned and saw movement, something shifting in the grass, something crawling, something starving. A fox, thin, skeletal, barely alive, dragging itself across the road. Its rib protruded sharply, its eyes sunken, its fur patchy. It collapsed at my feet, wheezing. I knelt instinctively. The Fire Gorta whispered, Hunger spreads. The fox shuddered once, then died. I stumbled backward, horrified. The Fire Gorta lowered its hand. Feed me. I ran. By the time I reached the cottage, the sky was black and the wind had risen. The reeds hissed, the bog whispered, the air tasted metallic. I locked the door, wedged a chair under the handle, closed every window. But the cottage felt wrong. Too cold, too quiet, too still. I sat at the table, staring at the empty bread wrapper. The Fire Gorta didn't want food. He wanted something else. Something deeper. Something human. I whispered into the silence. What do you want from me? The cottage creaked. The wind died. And somewhere from inside the walls, I heard it. A whisper. Thin. Hungry. Close. More. I pressed my hands to my ears, shaking. The whisper came again. More. The lights flickered. The temperature dropped. My breath fogged. And then, faintly, impossibly, I smelt it. Rot. Decay. Starvation. The Fire Gorta was near. Inside. Or beneath. Or everywhere. I grabbed my coat and fled the cottage, running into the night. The moon hung low, pale, and thin. The bog stretched out in silver and shadow. The road empty. I walked quickly, scanning every ditch, every patch of grass, every bend. Nothing. No sign of him. But the hunger in the air grew thicker, heavier, suffocating. I reached the famine memorial. The stone cross loomed in the moonlight. The grass around it was dead, blackened, starved. I knelt, trembling, and then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, behind me. I turned. He stood at the edge of the memorial, tall, gaunt, grey. His eyes were black pits, his mouth hung open, and in his hand he held something. Not bread, not food, something small, something familiar. My mother's rosary. He raised it slowly. She fed me. He stepped closer. Now you will. He held my mother's rosary in his skeletal hand, the beads dangling like a string of blackened teeth. The moonlight caught on the crucifix, making it glint like something sharp. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The Far Gorta stepped closer, his coat whispering against his bones. She fed me. His voice was a dry rasp, like leaves scraping across stone. Now you will. I backed away, my boots sinking into the damp grass. I don't have anything. He tilted his head, the movement slow and unnatural. You do. The rosary slipped from his fingers and fell into the grass. I stared at it, trembling. My mother had held that rosary every night before bed. She prayed with it, cried with it, died with it beside her. And now it lay at the feet of the Far Gorta. He stepped closer. I ran. I didn't stop until the cottage came into view, its whitewashed walls glowing faintly in the moonlight. I slammed the door behind me, locked it, shoved the chair under the handle, and collapsed against the wood. My heart hammered. My breath shook. The cottage felt wrong, colder, darker, smaller. The air tasted metallic, like blood or rust. I moved through the rooms, checking every corner, every shadow. Nothing. But the hunger lingered. It clung to the walls, seeped into the floorboards, settled into my skin. I grabbed my mother's folklore notebook and flipped through the pages, desperate for answers. Her handwriting blurred as tears filled my eyes. One entry stood out. Far Gorta does not take food. He takes what sustains. Warmth, strength, life. I swallowed hard. Another entry. He hollowed out the O'Malley boy in 62, left him alive, but empty, walking, breathing, starving. My stomach twisted. What do you want from me? The cottage creaked, the temperature dropped, and somewhere deep within the walls, I heard it, a whisper. More. The next morning, I woke up with a heaviness in my limbs. My arms felt weak. My legs trembled when I stood. My stomach churned with gnawing ache. Not hunger, but something deeper, sharper. I ate toast. It didn't help. I drank water. It didn't help. I ate again. Nothing. The ache grew. A hollowing, a draining, as if something inside me was being scooped out. I staggered to the mirror. My face looked thinner, my eyes darker, my skin paler. I whispered, No, 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 no. The Far Gorta wasn't just following me. He was feeding on me. Desperate, I went to church. Father Brennan had known my mother for decades. He'd buried her. He buried half the village. He was old, but sharp. He listened as I told him everything. The sightings, the bread, the sheep, the fox, the rosary, the hollowing. When I finished, he didn't laugh. He didn't dismiss me. He simply folded his arms and said, He's marked you. My throat tightened. How do I stop him? Father Brennan sighed. You don't. The Far Gorta is older than the famine, older than the church, older than the land itself. I trembled. Then what do I do? He hesitated, then said, You leave. I stared at him. Leave Mayo? Leave Ireland. My stomach dropped. That won't stop him. No, he said softly, but it might slow him. I shook my head. I can't run forever. Father Brennan looked at me with pity. Then you must face him. How? He didn't answer. Because he didn't know. I left the church and walked the bog road, my legs trembling with every step. The sky was grey, heavy with rain. The reeds hissed in the wind. The air tasted metallic. Halfway home I felt it. A pull, a tug, a draining. My knees buckled. I collapsed onto the road, gasping. The hollowing intensified. A deep, gnawing ache that felt like my bones were being scraped clean. My vision blurred. My breath came in shallow gasps. I whispered, "Stop. Please stop." The wind died. The air stilled. And then I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate. I lifted my head. He stood over me. Tall, gaunt, grey. His eyes were black pits. His mouth hung open. He knelt beside me, his bones creaking. His hand, long, skeletal, trembling, reached towards my chest. I tried to crawl away. I couldn't. My limbs were too weak, too hollow. He touched my sternum with one finger. Cold, sharp, wrong. The hollowing surged. I screamed. He whispered, "You feed me." His finger pressed harder. "Now I feed you." My vision dimmed. My breath faltered. The world tilted. And then suddenly, he recoiled. His head snapped towards the bog. His body stiffened. He stood and vanished. I lay on the road for nearly an hour before I could stand. My legs shook violently. My arms felt like paper. My stomach churned with a deep, gnawing ache. I staggered back to the cottage, collapsed onto bed, and slept for 12 hours straight. When I woke, the hollowing was worse. My cheeks were sunken, my ribs visible, my eyes shadowed. I looked like I hadn't eaten in weeks, but I had. He was feeding on me, taking something deeper than food, taking what sustained me, taking me. I whispered into the empty room, "Why don't you finish?" The cottage creaked, the wind died, and somewhere deep in the world, I heard it, a whisper, "More." I couldn't stay. I couldn't run. I couldn't hide. There was only one option left. I had to confront him. Not on the road, not at the cottage, not in the village, but where it began. The famine memorial. The place where I fed him as a child. The place where my mother fed him. The place where hunger lived. I grabbed my coat, my boots, and my mother's notebook, and walked into the night. The night felt heavier than any I'd ever known. Not dark, heavy. The kind of night that presses against your skin, that makes the air feel thick enough to choke on. The bog road stretched ahead in a ribbon of moonlit grey, the reeds whispering on either side like they were warning me to turn back. I didn't. I couldn't. The hollowing inside me had grown worse. Every step felt like it drained something from my bones. My legs trembled. My breath came shallow. My stomach gnawed at itself. I felt like I hadn't eaten in weeks, though I'd eaten that morning. The Far Gorta was feeding on me, taking something deeper than food, taking what kept me alive. I reached the famine memorial just as the moon slipped behind a cloud. The stone cross loomed in the darkness, its edges sharp, its shadow long. The grass around it was dead, blackened, brittle, starved. I knelt. My mother's notebook felt heavy in my hands. I opened it to the page she'd marked with a torn bit of cloth. The Far Gorta returns to the place of first feeding. The pact begins when hunger begins. I swallowed hard. This was where I fed him as a child, where my mother had fed him, where he'd been waiting. The wind died, the reeds stilled, the bog went silent. And then I heard it. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, approaching from behind. I didn't turn. I couldn't. The footsteps stopped just behind me. The air grew colder. My breath fogged. And then his voice, thin, rasping, impossibly close, slid through the darkness. You came back. I closed my eyes. I didn't have a choice. You did. His tone wasn't angry. It wasn't threatening. It was disappointed, as if I'd broken some unspoken rule. I turned slowly. He stood at the edge of the memorial, the moonlight catching on his hollow face. His coat hung from his frame like wet cloth. His skin looked thinner than ever, stretched tight over sharp bones. His eyes were black pits, reflecting nothing. He held something in his hand, my mother's rosary. He raised it. She fed me. I swallowed. I know. You fed me. I didn't mean to. He tilted his head. Intent does not matter. Hunger does. My stomach twisted. What do you want from me? He stepped closer. The hollowing surged, a deep, gnawing ache that made my knees buckle. I grabbed the stone cross for support, gasping. He whispered, to finish. I forced myself to stand, trembling. Finish what? He raised his hand, long, skeletal, trembling, and pointed at the ground beneath the memorial. I looked down. The earth was cracked, dry, starved, as if something beneath it had been feeding. My mother's notebook slipped from my fingers. I knelt, touching the soil. It was cold, too cold, wrong. The Far Gorta whispered, she began the pact. I shook my head. No, she didn't know. She knew. My breath caught. She wouldn't. He stepped closer. She fed me during the bad winter. She asked for protection. She asked for prosperity. She asked for life. I trembled. She wouldn't make a pact with you. She did. His voice slid into my bones. And she offered you. The world tilted. I staggered backward, shaking. No, she wouldn't. She did. His voice was calm, certain, final. She offered her bloodline. She offered her child. She offered you. My stomach twisted violently. I whispered, you're lying. He leaned closer, his hollow face inches from mine. I do not lie. Hunger does not lie. My breath shook. My mother had fed him. My mother had asked for help. My mother had offered something. But me? She wouldn't. She couldn't. Except, I remember the winter he mentioned. The winter my father died. The winter my mother lost her job. The winter we'd nearly lost the cottage. The winter she prayed every night, clutching the rosary until her knuckles turned white. The winter she left bread on the windowsill. The winter she'd whispered into the darkness. The winter she told me, everything will be all right now. My stomach dropped. She had asked for help, and something had answered. I stepped back, shaking. I won't finish the pact. He tilted his head. You will. No. You are hollowing. My legs trembled. My arms felt weak. My stomach gnawed at itself. My vision blurred. He stepped closer. You are starving. I backed away. Stop. You cannot stop hunger. I pressed my hands to my chest, gasping. Please. He raised his hand. Feed me. I shook my head violently. I won't. His voice became a whisper inside my skull. You already have. The hollowing surged, a deep, violent ache that made me collapse to my knees. I screamed, clutching my stomach. He knelt beside me. His bones creaked. His breath rattled. He touched my sternum with one finger. Cold, sharp, wrong. The hollowing intensified. I felt something inside me shift, like a door opening. A door my mother had unlocked. A door he had been waiting for. He whispered, "Finish." I screamed. The world went white. When the light faded, I wasn't at the memorial anymore. I stood at my mother's cottage, but not as it was, as it had been. She knelt at the scope, crying, clutching the rosary. The winter wind howled outside. The cottage was freezing. The cupboards were empty. She whispered into the darkness, "Please, help us, please." The air rippled. The Far Gorta appeared in the corner. Younger, less twisted, but still wrong. My mother didn't flinch. She offered him bread. He took it. She whispered, "Take what you need, just spare her." The Far Gorta smiled. "I accept." The college dissolved. The memorial returned. The Far Gorta stood before me. "Finish." I staggered to my feet, trembling. "No." He stepped closer. "You must." "No." "Hunger must be fed." I backed away. "Not by me." He tilted his head. "Then by another." My breath caught. He wasn't threatening me. He was threatening someone else. Someone in the village. Someone I knew. Someone he would choose. Unless I finished the pact. I whispered, "No, no, please." He raised his hand. "Choose." I screamed. The world went wide again. The world snapped back into place with a violence that made my vision blur. One moment, I was drowning in white light, the Far Gorta's finger pressing against my sternum, the hollowing ripping through my bones. The next, I was kneeling at the famine memorial, clutching the stone cross like it was the only thing keeping me upright. The bog was silent. The wind was dead. The night felt wrong, too still, too heavy, too expectant. I staggered to my feet, trembling. My legs barely held me. My stomach gnawed at itself. My breath came shallow and weak. I felt like a ghost wearing skin. The Far Gorta stood 10 feet away, watching, waiting. His coat hung from his frame like wet cloth. His skin looked thinner than ever, stretched tight over sharp bones. His eyes were black pits, reflecting nothing. His mouth hung open, a dark cavern formed by cracked lips. He whispered, "Choose." My throat tightened. "I won't." He tilted his head. "You must." "No." "Hunger must be fed." I backed away, shaking. "Not by me." His voice slid into my skull like a blade. "Then by another." My breath caught. He wasn't threatening me. He was threatening somebody else. Someone in the village. Someone I knew. Unless I finished the pact. "No, no, please," I whispered. He raised his hand. The hollowing surged, a deep, violent ache that made me collapse to my knees. I screamed, clutching my stomach. He stepped closer. "Choose." I forced myself to stand, trembling. "I won't let you hurt anyone." He tilted his head. "You cannot stop hunger." "I can stop you." His mouth stretched into a thin, terrible smile. "No." I swallowed hard. "Then take me." His smile faded. He stepped closer. "You are hollowing." "I know." "You will die." "I know." He leaned closer, his hollow face inches from mine. "You offer yourself." My voice shook. "Yes." He studied me for a long moment, his black eyes unblinking. Then he whispered, "No." I froze. "What?" "You are not enough." My stomach dropped. "What do you mean?" "Hunger does not take one. Hunger takes many." I backed away. No, no, please. He raised his hand. The bog trembled. The reeds hissed. The air thickened. And somewhere, deep in the earth, I heard it. A rumble. A groan. A sound like someone waking. Something old. Something starving. The Far Gorta whispered, "The land remembers." The ground beneath the memorial cracked. Dry earth split open. Cold air surged upward. I stumbled backward, gasping. The crack widened. Grass shriveled. Soil blackened. The famine cross trembled. And then, slowly, impossibly, something rose from the earth. A hand. Thin, grey, skeletal. Another. Then a face. Hollow, sunken, starved. Then a body. Gaunt, twisted, wrong. Another Far Gorta. Then another. And another. And another. They crawled from the earth like famine ghosts, their bodies contorting, their mouths open in silent hunger. Their eyes were black pits, their skin was stretched tight over sharp bones, their limbs bent wrong. The Far Gorta, my Far Gorta, stepped back, watching them rise. He whispered, "Hunger spreads." I screamed. The hollowing surged, my vision blurred, my breath faltered. I collapsed onto the grass, shaking violently. The Far Gorta knelt beside me. He touched my sternum with one finger. Cold, sharp, wrong. He whispered, "You fed me." His finger pressed harder. "Now I feed you." The hollowing exploded through my bones. I screamed. The world went white. When the light faded, I was lying on the bog road, alone. The famine memorial stood silent. The grass was green. The earth was whole. The cracks were gone. The Far Gorta was gone. All of them were gone. The night was quiet. The wind was gentle. The bog smelled of peat and rain. I sat up slowly, trembling. My stomach no longer gnawed itself. My limbs no longer shook. The hollowing was gone. Completely. I felt normal. Alive. Whole. I staggered to my feet, confused. Had it ended? Had he finished? Had I survived? I walked back to the cottage in a daze, my mind numb, my body weak but functional. The door was closed. The windows were intact. The air inside was warm. I collapsed onto the bed and slept until noon. When I woke, the cottage felt different. Lighter, warmer, safe. I made tea. I ate toast. I felt normal. For the first time in days, I didn't feel hollow. I didn't feel watched. I didn't feel hungry. I almost convinced myself it was over. Until I opened the door and saw it. A single footprint in the dirt. Long, narrow, bare, fresh. My stomach tightened. I stepped outside slowly, scanning the road, the bog, the horizon. Nothing. No one. But the air tasted metallic. The wind felt heavy. And from somewhere deep in the reeds, I heard it. A whisper. Thin, hungry, close. More. I froze. The Far Gorta wasn't gone. He wasn't finished. He wasn't defeated. He had simply stepped back, waiting, watching, listening. And the hunger, the ancient, endless hunger, still lived in the land, still lived in the bloodline, still lived in me. I whispered into the wind, "What do you want?" The reeds hissed, The bog trembled, and the whisper came again. More. I left Mayo the next morning. I locked the cottage. I boarded a bus. I watched the bog fade behind me. But the hunger didn't fade. It followed. In the quiet moments. In the stillness. In the dark. Sometimes I hear footsteps behind me. Sometimes I smell that metallic tang. Sometimes I wake in the night with a hollow ache in my bones. And sometimes, when the wind is just right, I hear it. A whisper. Thin, hungry, close. You fed me once. I don't know what he wants. I don't know when he'll return. I don't know how to stop him. But I know one thing. Hunger doesn't die. It waits. It remembers. It follows. And somewhere, on some road, in some bog, in some shadow, the far Gorta is still walking, still starving, still choosing. And he hasn't finished with me. Not yet.
I never planned to hike Montpelier Hill at night. I'm not the kind of man who goes looking for ghosts, or demons, or whatever people claim still lingers in the ruins of the Hellfire Club. I'm a rational person. Or I was. And I only went up there because my friend Kane insisted we view Dublin at midnight from a spot that seemed unreal. He didn't mention the folklore. He didn't mention the rituals. He didn't mention the thing people still see in the doorway. We parked at the base of the hill just after 11. The July air was warm, but the wind coming off Dublin Mountain carried a strange chill. The city lights glittered below us, a soft orange glow against the dark. The path was steep, lined with gorse and brambles, and trees creaked in the wind like old bones. Kane walked ahead, flashlight swinging. "You're gonna love this view, man. The Hellfire Club is a class at night." I snorted. "It's a ruin." "Yeah, but it's our ruin." He meant Ireland's ruin. The infamous hunting lodge built in 1725 by the Irish Hellfire Club, a group of aristocrats who drank, gambled, and supposedly summoned the devil for entertainment. The stories were ridiculous, but they were everywhere. The black cat was with burning eyes, the stranger with cloven hooves, the woman who ran screaming from the lodge and was found days later unable to speak. I didn't believe any of it. Not then. The path grew darker as we climbed. The trees thickened, blocking the moonlight. The wind died. The air felt heavy, like humidity without moisture. I slowed, scanning the shadows. "Kane," I said, "do you feel that?" He turned. "Feel what?" "The air." He shrugged. "It's just a hill." But it wasn't. It felt like the hill was watching. We reached the top around midnight. The Hellfire Club stood alone on the summit. A squat, 2-story stone building with a collapsed roof and empty windows that looked like eye sockets. The moon hung low behind it, casting long shadows across the grass. Kane grinned. "Tell me that's not creepy." I stared at the building. "It's unsettling." Unsettling was good. He walked towards the entrance, a wide stone doorway with no door, just darkness inside. I followed slowly, my stomach tightening with each step. The wind picked up again, cold and sharp, carrying a faint smell of smoke. I stopped. "Do you smell that?" Kane sniffed. "No." "It smells like burnt wood and something else, something metallic." I stepped inside. The interior was colder than the night outside. The floor was uneven, covered in dirt and broken stone. The walls were blackened in places as if scorched long ago. The ceiling was gone, replaced by open sky and moonlight. Kane walked ahead, shining the flashlight around. This place was built on top of a passage tomb. You know that? They say the builders used the stones from the tomb for the lodge. I frowned. That's not exactly comforting. Yeah, well, the Hellfire Club wasn't exactly known for respecting the dead. I scanned the shadows. The air felt wrong. Heavy, tight, like the lodge was holding its breath. Then I heard it. A soft sound. A footstep behind me. I turned. There wasn't anything there. But the air had changed. It was colder and sharper, as if something had moved. Kane laughed. "Relax, it's just the wind." But it wasn't. The wind was outside. This was inside. We explored the ground floor, moving from room to room. The walls were covered in graffiti, pentagrams, names, crude drawings. You name it. The floor was littered with beer cans and broken glass. It looked like any other abandoned building. but it didn't feel like one. In the far corner of the main room, I found a circle of stones arranged carefully on the floor. Not random, deliberate. Inside the circle was a pile of ash. Fresh ash. I knelt, touching it. It's still warm. My stomach tightened. Kane? He walked over. What? This is recent. He frowned. Probably damn kids. No, I said. Kids don't build ritual circles. He shrugged. Some do. I stood slowly. This isn't right. He rolled his eyes. You're being dramatic. But I wasn't, because the air inside the lodge had shifted again. A sudden drop in temperature that made my breath fog. Kane froze. Okay, that's weird. I whispered, we should go. He hesitated. Then the sound came. A soft, deliberate footsteps. Not ours, not the wind. Inside the lodge. Kane's flashlight flickered. The temperature dropped further and my breath fogged again. And from the darkness of the far doorway, I heard it. A whisper. Thin, dry, close. Leave. Kane spun around. Who's there? Silence. I grabbed his arm. We're leaving. He didn't argue. We ran. We reached the outside, gasping. The wind was strong now, whipping across the summit. The city lights glittered below. Distant and safe. The lodge loomed behind us, its windows dark. Kane laughed nervously. Probably just someone messing with us. I shook my head. No. Then what was it? I didn't answer. I didn't know. But I knew. I did know one thing. It wasn't human. We started down the hill, moving quickly. The path was darker than before, the trees thicker, the wind louder, and halfway down I stopped. The smell had returned. Smoke. And something metallic. Kane turned. What now? I whispered, do you smell that? He sniffed again. No. I scanned the trees. Something like a shadow moved. Tall, thin, and wrong. I grabbed Kane's arm. Run. We ran. Branches whipped against our legs. The wind roared and the path twisted. The trees blurred behind us. I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, and following. We reached the car, jumped inside, and slammed the doors. I fumbled with the keys, hands shaking. My engine roared to life, and I sped down the road, heart pounding. Kane just stared out the window. What the hell was that? Again, I didn't answer, because I didn't know. I knew one thing. It wasn't done with us. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the lodge, the doorway, the circle of stones, and the ash. And then I heard the whisper. Leave. At dawn, I checked my phone. One new photo. I hadn't taken any photos. My hand shook as I opened it. It was the interior of the lodge taken from behind us, as if someone had been standing there and watching. I dropped my phone. The smell of smoke filled the room, and from somewhere behind me, I heard it. A whisper. Thin, dry, close. Come back. I didn't go back to sleep after that whisper. I sat in the dark of my apartment, staring at the phone lying face down on the table, afraid to touch it again. The smell of smoke lingered in the air, faint but unmistakable, like someone had burned damp wood in the next room. By sunrise, the smell was gone, but the dread wasn't. I told myself it was a prank. Someone had followed us up the hill. Someone had taken the photo. Someone had whispered. But the lodge had been empty. The ash had been warm. The temperature had dropped, and the footsteps. No, I couldn't explain the footsteps. By noon, I'd convinced myself to call Kane. He answered on the second ring. Man, last night was insane. You heard it, I said. You heard the whisper. He hesitated. Yeah. And the footsteps. Another pause. Yeah. I swallowed. We need to talk. He exhaled sharply. I was hoping you'd say that. We met at a cafe near Rathmines. Kane looked pale, tired, like he hadn't slept either. He sat down, rubbing his hands together. Okay, he said, let's just say it. I nodded. Something was in the lodge. He nodded back. Something followed us. We sat in silence for a moment, the clatter of cups and chatter of customers filling the space between us. Finally, Kane said, I looked up the folklore this morning. I leaned forward. And? He lowered his voice. There's a thing people see up there. Not a devil, not a black cat. Something else. My stomach tightened. What? He swallowed. They call it the Watcher on the Hill. I frowned. Never had heard of it. Most people haven't. It's not in the tourist stories. It's older. Pre-Hellfire Club. Pre-Lodge. Something tied to the passage tomb. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. What does it do? Kane hesitated. It watches. I stared at him. That's it? No, he said quietly. It follows. I didn't want to believe him, but the photo on my phone, the one I hadn't taken, wouldn't leave my mind. So I went home and started digging. Montpelier Hill had been a burial site long before the lodge was built. A Neolithic passage tomb had stood on the summit, its stones later used in the construction of the Hellfire Club. Locals said the builders had disturbed something ancient, something that didn't appreciate being moved. I found accounts, scattered, inconsistent, but similar enough to unsettle me. A hiker in 1987 who had heard footsteps behind him all the way down the hill. A group of teenagers in 1989 who saw a tall figure standing in the doorway of the lodge watching them. A woman in 2011 who smelled smoke every night for a week after visiting the ruins. And a man in 2018 who found a photo on his phone he didn't remember taking. A photo of the lodge interior. All of them described the same thing. A presence, a watcher, a follower. I closed my laptop with my heart pounding. The smell of smoke returned. Faint, metallic, but unmistakable. I stood slowly scanning the room. Nothing. But the air felt heavier. Just like the lodge. Just like the hill. Like something was here. I whispered, Kane? Then my phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. Come back. My blood turned to ice. I called Kane immediately. He answered breathlessly. Did you get a message? Yes. Me too. What did it say? He swallowed. Come back. I exhaled shakily. We're not going back. No, he said. We are. I froze. What? We have to. It's not going to stop. I shook my head. That's insane. Look at your phone. I hesitated, then looked. Another message. Come back to the chair. I whispered, What chair? Kane inhaled sharply. The devil's chair. I frowned. What the hell is that? It's a stone seat near the lodge. People say the Hellfire Club used it for rituals. Some say the devil sat there. Some say it's older than the lodge. I swallowed. Why would it want us to go there? Kane's voice trembled. I don't know. But I did. Because the smell of the smoke was stronger now. Because the air felt heavier. Because the footsteps I heard last night weren't human. Because the watcher wasn't done. I whispered, when? Kane exhaled. Tonight. We met at the base of Montpelier Hill just after 10. The wind was stronger than the night before, whipping through the trees. The sky was clouded, the moon hidden. The path looked darker, narrower, and more twisted. Kane handed me a flashlight. Ready? No. Me neither. We started up the hill. The trees creaked, the wind roared, the path twisted. Halfway up, the smell returned. Smoke, metal, wrong. I stopped. Do you smell that? Kane nodded. Yeah. The air grew colder and the wind died. The trees stilled. The hill felt like something was holding its breath. We reached the summit. The lodge loomed ahead, darker than before. Its windows black, its doorway a mouth. Kane whispered, the chair's behind it. We walked around the lodge, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The grass was tall, swaying gently despite the still air. The smell of smoke was stronger now. Then we saw it. A stone seat, carved from a single block, weathered, ancient, and wrong. The devil's chair. Kane swallowed. Okay, we're here. I whispered. Now what? The wind died completely. The air tightened and the temperature dropped. From the darkness behind the lodge, we heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, and approaching. Kane grabbed my arm. Jesus Christ. I whispered, don't move. The footsteps grew louder, closer, and then stopped right behind us. I turned slowly and saw it. A figure, tall, thin, blackened and watching. Its eyes were hollow pits. Its skin looked scorched. Its limbs were too long and its posture wrong. It didn't breathe. It didn't blink or move. It just watched. Kane whispered, what the hell is that? I couldn't speak because the figure raised one arm. Slow and deliberate, it pointed at the chair. It simply stood behind the lodge, tall and thin and blackened. Its limbs too long, its posture wrong, its hollow eyes fixed on us. The moonlight caught on its skin, or what looked like skin, revealing a texture of charred wood. Kane whispered, Jesus Christ. I couldn't speak. It just pointed to the devil's chair, and the gesture was unmistakable. A command, a summons, a demand. The wind didn't move, the trees didn't creak, the hill didn't breathe. Only the figure did, a faint crackling sound, like embers shifting in a dying fire. I whispered, don't go near it. Kane swallowed. We have to. No, I said, we don't. He shook his head. It told us to come back. That doesn't mean we obey. He looked at me, eyes wide. It followed us home. I froze because he was right. The message, the smoke, the footsteps, the photo, it hadn't stayed on the hill. It had come down with us. And now it wanted something. I whispered, Kane, don't sit in that chair. He didn't answer because the figure moved. Not a step, not a shift, a flicker. One moment it was 10 feet away. The next, it was 5. Closer, watching, waiting. Kane gasped, "Oh my God." I grabbed his arm. Run! But he didn't move. He stared at the figure, frozen and trembling, his breath shallow. The figure flickered again, closer, 3 feet away. Its hollow eyes locked on Kane. I whispered, "Kane, please." He whispered back, voice cracking, "I can't move." The figure raised its arm again and pointed at the chair. The devil's chair looked older than the lodge, older than the hill, carved from a single block of stone weathered by centuries of wind and rain. Moss clung to its base. The seat was smooth, worn down by time or hands or something. The figure wanted Kane to sit in the chair. I didn't know why. I didn't want to know. I pulled on his arm. Move. He didn't. His eyes were locked on the figure, wide and terrified. The figure flickered again. Now it stood beside the chair. Its long, blackened hand rested on the stone seat, inviting, demanding, claiming. Kane whispered, I think it wants me to sit." "No," I said. "No, it doesn't want you to sit. It wants you to submit." He swallowed. "What if that's the only way to stop it?" "It won't stop it," I said. "It'll start." The figure tilted its head. A slow, unnatural movement. Then it lowered its hand and pointed at Kane. Not the chair. Kane. My stomach dropped. I whispered, "Kane, don't." He stepped forward. 1 step, 2, towards the chair, towards the figure, toward whatever waited. I grabbed him. "Stop." He turned to me, eyes hollow. "I have to." "No," I said, "you don't." He looked at the figure, then at the chair, then at me. "I'm sorry." He pulled away and sat. The moment Kane sat, the air changed. The temperature dropped. The wind died. The hill tightened. The figure flickered, suddenly standing behind the chair, its long hands resting on the back of the stone, its hollow eyes locked onto Kane's skull. Kane gasped, It's cold." I stepped forward. "Get up." He shook his head violently. "I can't." The figure leaned closer, its charred face inches from Kane's. I shouted, "Leave him alone." The figure didn't react. It whispered. A dry, crackling sound. Not words, not language. Something older, something wrong. Kane screamed. His back arched, his hands clawed at the stone. His breath became ragged in gasps. I ran towards him, and the figure flickered. Suddenly it stood between us, blocking me. Its hollow eyes locked onto mine. I froze, and the smell hit me. Smoke, metal, and the smell of burnt flesh. The figure leaned in closer, its face inches from mine. Couldn't breathe, couldn't move, I couldn't think. It whispered. This time, I understood. Watch. I shook my head no. It whispered again. Watch. I turned, not by choice, but because something inside me forced me to. Kane's body convulsed, his eyes rolled back, his skin paled, his breath faltered. The figure placed one long blackened hand on his head. Kane screamed again, a sound I'll never forget. Raw, animal, broken. The figure whispered, the hill answered. The ground trembled and the trees shook. The air tightened, cutting off Kane's scream. His body went still. Too still. I whispered, Kane? He didn't move. I stepped forward. The figure didn't stop me. It simply watched. I reached Kane. His eyes were open, but he wasn't there. His face was slack, his breath shallow, his skin cold. I whispered, Kane, please. He didn't respond. The figure leaned close to me. Its hollow eyes burned. It whispered, 1. Then it flickered and vanished. I dragged Kane down the hill. He didn't speak, didn't blink, didn't react. His body moved, but his mind didn't. He was breathing, but he wasn't alive. Not fully. Not anymore. I got him into the car, shaking violently. His eyes stared straight ahead, unfocused and empty. I whispered, Kane, please say something. He didn't. Not on the drive home. Not when I carried him inside. Not when I laid him on the couch. He just stared at nothing and everything. At something I couldn't see. I sat beside him trembling. The smell of smoke filled the room. The air tightened, and from somewhere behind me, I heard it. A whisper. Thin, dry, and close. 2. I turned slowly. The room was empty, but the hill wasn't done, and neither was the watcher. Kane didn't speak for 2 days, didn't eat, didn't sleep. He didn't blink unless I reminded him. He sat on my couch like a statue, eyes unfocused, hands limp at his sides. His breathing was shallow, mechanical, like something was imitating the act of staying alive without understanding it. I tried everything, shaking him, calling his name, playing loud music, splashing water on his face. Nothing worked. He wasn't unconscious, wasn't catatonic, wasn't dead. He was occupied. The smell of smoke lingered in my apartment, faint but constant. Every time I walked past him, the air tightened, like the hill itself had followed us home. On the 3rd night, I woke to a sound, a crackling, soft, dry, close. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. The smell of smoke was stronger. I stepped into the hallway. Kane was standing, not sitting, standing, facing the wall. His hands hung at his sides, his head tilted slightly, his breath shallow. I whispered, Kane? He didn't turn, didn't react, didn't breathe for a moment. Then he whispered, not in his voice, not in any human voice, a dry, crackling whisper. 3. My blood turned to ice. I stepped back. Kane, please. He turned slowly. His eyes were wrong. Not white, not red, not black. Empty, like the Watchers. He whispered again. 3. Then he collapsed. The doctors couldn't explain it. They ran tests, scans, blood work, neurological exams. Everything came back normal. Physically, Kane was fine. Mentally, he was gone. They asked me what happened. I lied. I said he'd collapsed on a hike. I said he'd been acting strange. I said I didn't know why, because I couldn't tell them the truth. I couldn't tell them about the Watcher, the chair, the whisper, the number. 3. What did it mean? 3 victims, 3 rituals, 3 days. I didn't know. But I knew one thing. It wasn't finished. I went home alone. The apartment felt wrong. Colder, darker, smaller. The smell of smoke was stronger now, clinging to the walls, to the furniture, to my clothes. I opened the windows. It didn't leave. I scrubbed the floors. It didn't fade. I stood in the center of the room, trembling. Stop, I whimpered. Please, stop. The air tightened and the temperature dropped. And from behind me, I heard it. A tiny whisper. 3. I spun around. Nothing. But the whisper wasn't coming from the room. It was coming from inside my head. I grabbed my keys and I fled the apartment, running into the night. I didn't know where I was going. I just drove. Through Rathmines, past Harold's Cross, towards the mountains. The smoke followed. In the car, in my clothes, in my lungs. I reached the base of Montpelier Hill just after midnight. The wind was dead. The trees were still. The path was darker than ever. I stepped out of the car trembling. The hill felt alive, watching, waiting. I whispered, "What do you want?" The wind didn't answer, but the hill did. A crackling sound drifted down the path. I climbed. The path twisted, the trees leaned inward, and the air tightened. Halfway up I saw him. A figure standing between the trees. Tall, thin, blackened. The Burning Man. The Watcher. His hollow eyes locked onto mine. He didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't blink. He simply watched. I whispered, "Why me?" He flickered. Suddenly he stood 10 feet away, closer and watching. I stepped back. "Please." He flickered again, 5 feet away this time. I turned and ran. The branches whipped against my legs. The path turned into a blur and the hill roared. But the footsteps followed, slow and unhurried. I reached the summit gasping. The lodge loomed ahead, darker than ever, its windows black, its doorway a mouth, and the Burning Man stood behind me. I didn't turn, didn't breathe, didn't think. I just walked into the lodge. The interior was colder than the night outside. The walls blackened, scorched by centuries of fire. The floor uneven, covered in dirt and ash. And the circle of stones were still there. But the ash inside, it was fresh, warm. I whispered, "What do you want?" The burning man flickered. Suddenly he stood inside the circle. His hollow eyes locked onto mine. He raised one long, blackened hand and pointed at the floor. At the ash. At the circle. At me. I shook my head. "No." He whispered, a dry, crackling sound. 3. I stepped back. "I don't understand." He whispered again. 3. Then he pointed at the doorway. I turned and saw them. 2 figures, standing in the entrance, tall, thin, and blackened, identical to the burning man. 3 watchers. 3 burning men. 3 hollow eyes. 3 rituals. 3 victims. I whispered, "No, no, no, no." The watchers stepped forward. Deliberate and inhuman, the burning man raised both arms. The hill trembled and the air tightened. The temperature dropped and the watchers whispered in unison. 3. I ran. I fled the lodge, sprinting across the summit, down the path through the trees. The watchers followed, not fast, not frantic, but steady, deliberate, and inevitable. The hill roared, the wind screamed, and the trees shook. I reached the car, threw myself inside, and sped down the road with my heart pounding. The watchers didn't chase. They didn't need to, because the smoke was already in the car. Already in my lungs, in my head. I drove until dawn, but the smell didn't fade. The whisper didn't stop. The number didn't change. 3. 3. 3. I reached home exhausted, shaking, and broken. My phone buzzed. A message. From the same unknown number. I opened it. One word. 4. My breath stopped. My stomach dropped. My blood froze. But I understood now. Cain was 1. The burning man was 2. The watchers were 3. And I was 4. I didn't go to work the next day. I didn't answer calls. I didn't eat. I sat in my apartment staring at the message on my phone. 4. The watchers had counted up to me. Cain, the burning man, the watchers, me. I didn't know what 4 meant. A 4th victim, a 4th ritual, a 4th chair. I didn't want to know. The hill wanted me to. The smell of smoke filled the apartment again, stronger than ever. Thick, metallic, and suffocating. It clung to my clothes, my hair, my skin. It seeped into the walls. It settled into my lungs. I opened every window, and the smoke stayed. It fled into the hallway. The smoke followed everywhere I went. I ran down the stairs. It followed. I stepped out into the sunlight. It followed. It wasn't physical. It was attached to me, to my breath, to my fate. I drove until the city disappeared behind me, until the mountains rose ahead, until the road curved toward the hill. I didn't want to go back, but I had no choice. The watchers had chosen me. Montpelier Hill looked different in the daylight. Less sinister, more ordinary. Families hiked the path, Dogs ran through the grass. Children laughed. The lodge stood on the summit like a harmless ruin. But the hill wasn't harmless. Not to me. Not anymore. I climbed slowly, heart pounding, breath shallow. The smell of smoke grew stronger with each step. The trees creaked, the wind died, and the air tightened. Halfway up I saw him. Kane, standing on the path, facing away from me. His posture stiff, hands limp, his head tilted. I whispered, "Kane?" He didn't turn around, didn't breathe, didn't move. I stepped closer. "Kane, please." He turned slowly. His eyes were hollow, empty, wrong. He whispered, "4." I stumbled backwards. No, no, no. He stepped towards me, not fast, not frantic, not human. His movements were stiff, unnatural, like a puppet pulled by invisible strings. I whispered, "Kane, stop." He didn't. He reached out. His fingers brushed my arm, cold, dead, and burnt. I screamed and I ran. I reached the summit gasping, heart hammering. The lodge loomed ahead, darker than ever. Its doorway a mouth, its windows hollowed out eyes, and the devil's chair stood behind it. But it wasn't alone. 3 figures stood around it, the burning man, the 2 watchers, and a 4th figure, Kane, standing beside the chair, waiting. I froze. The burning man turned, his hollow eyes locked onto mine. He raised one long, blackened hand and pointed to the chair. My stomach dropped. I whispered, "No." He flickered. Suddenly he stood beside me, too close, his charred face inches from mine. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move, couldn't think. He whispered, "4." I shook my head violently. "I won't sit." He tilted his head. Then he pointed at Kane, at his hollow eyes, his empty face, his stolen mind. I whispered, "You took him." The burning man whispered, "1." Then he pointed at the 2 watchers, 2, 3. Then he pointed at me, 4. I whispered, "What does it mean?" He leaned closer, his charred lips cracked, his hollow eyes burned. He whispered, "Complete." I turned slowly. There were 4 chairs now, not 1, 4, carved from stone, weathered, ancient, and waiting. The devil's chair was the first. Beside it, a second chair, cracked, scorched, blackened. Beside that, a third, taller, narrower, carved with symbols I didn't recognize. And beside that, a 4th, new, clean, waiting. My chair. I whispered, "No, no, 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 no." The watcher stepped forward, slowly, with the same inhuman movement. Kane stepped towards too. His hollow eyes locked onto mine. He whispered, "Sit." I backed away. "I won't." The burning man flickered. Suddenly he stood behind me. His long, blackened hands rested on my shoulders. Cold, heavy, wrong. He whispered, "Sit." I shook my head violently. "No." He pressed down. My knees buckled, and I stumbled forward, toward the 4th chair, toward the ritual, toward whatever waited. I screamed. The hill roared and the wind died. The watchers whispered in unison, 4. I reached the chair, my legs trembling. My breath faltered and my mind cracked. I whispered, please, please don't. The Burning Man pressed harder. I fell into the chair. The moment I sat, the world changed. The temperature dropped, the air tightened, and the hill trembled. The watchers stepped closer. Kane stepped closer. The Burning Man leaned over me. His hollow eyes burned. He whispered, complete. The watchers raised their arms. The Burning Man raised his. Kane raised his. The hill roared. The ground cracked and the air screamed. The ritual began. I felt something inside me shift, like a door opening. A door I didn't know existed. A door I didn't want opened. The Burning Man placed one long blackened hand on my head. Cold, sharp, and wrong. I screamed. My back arched, my hands clawed at the stone, and my breath shattered. The watchers whispered. Kane whispered. The Burning Man whispered. Their voices merged. Dry, crackling, and ancient. 4. The world went white. When the light faded, I was lying on the ground beside the chair, alone. The watchers were gone. The Burning Man was gone. Kane was gone. The lodge stood silent. The hill was still. The air was warm. I sat up slowly, trembling. My breath was normal, my mind clear, my body whole. I whispered, Kane? No answer. I stood. The chairs were gone. All 4 vanished. The summit looked normal, ordinary, safe. But I wasn't safe. Because the smell of smoke lingered. Because the air felt heavy. Because something inside me felt wrong. I whispered, what did you do to me? The hill didn't answer, but the whisper did. 5. I didn't go home after the message. I couldn't. The number 5 pulsed on my phone screen like a heartbeat. Bright and cold and inevitable. I sat in my car at the base of Montpelier Hill, trembling, staring at the summit through the windshield. The hill looked ordinary in daylight. Hikers, dogs, family. But I knew. I knew what waited when the sun went down. The watchers, the Burning Man, the ritual, the chairs, and now me, the 5th. I whispered into the empty car, what does 5 mean? The hill didn't answer, but the smoke did. It seeped into the car through the vents. Thick and metallic, clinging to my skin, settling into my lungs. I coughed violently, eyes watering, and then I heard it, a whisper. 5. I slammed the door open and stumbled out, gasping for clean air. The smoke followed. It wasn't physical or real. It was still attached to me. It was still attached to my breath and my fate. I staggered toward the path. I didn't want to climb, but I had no choice. The watchers had chosen me. The path twisted up the hill like a scar. The trees leaned inward, their branches creaking in the wind. The air tightened with every step. The smell of smoke grew stronger. Halfway up I saw him, Kane. standing in the exact same place as before, facing away from me. Same posture, same limp hands, same head tilt. Kane, please. He turned slowly. His eyes were hollow, empty. Gone, he whispered. 5. He stepped towards me. Not fast, not frantic. His movements stiff and unnatural, like a puppet pulled by invisible strings. Kane, stop. He didn't. He reached out, and his fingers brushed my arm. It was the same cold, dead, burning. I reached the summit gasping, my heart hammering, and the lodge loomed ahead, darker than ever. And the devil's chair stood, once again. But it wasn't alone. 5 figures stood around it. 5 figures. The Burning Man. 2 watchers. Kane. And now me. Or something shaped like me. A burnt silhouette of myself. I froze. The Burning Man turned, his hollow eyes locked onto mine. He raised one long blackened hand and pointed at the 5th chair. No. He flickered suddenly beside me. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move, couldn't think. 5. Then he pointed at the burnt silhouette of me, at its hollow eyes, at its empty face, at its stolen shape. I whispered, "You took him." The Burning Man whispered, 4. Then he pointed at the watchers. 2, 3. Then he pointed at Kane. 1. Then he pointed at me. 5. What does it mean? I whispered. He leaned in, hollow eyes eyeing me into my soul, and he whispered, "Complete." There were 5 chairs now. 5. And the 5th one, once again, new, clean, waiting. All of them stepped forward, Kane too. His eyes locked onto mine and whispered, "Sit." Suddenly the Burning Man stood behind me, once again resting his hands on my shoulders. He whispered, "Sit." I shook my head violently, "No." And he pressed down, pressed me into the chair, into the ritual, into whatever waited. The temperature dropped, and the watchers stepped closer. They raised their arms. They performed the ritual once again. I felt something inside me shift. And then, cold, black sharpness. And the silhouette whispered, 5. The light faded, and once again I was lying beside the chair. When I woke, the smoke was still clinging around me, and I heard the words, 6. I left Montpelier Hill. I left Dublin. I left Ireland. But the smoke didn't leave. It followed, in my clothes, my breath, my dreams. Sometimes I wake in the night and see a figure standing in the corner of my room, watching, waiting, counting. Sometimes I hear footsteps behind me on every street. Sometimes I smell the smoke where there shouldn't be any. And sometimes, when the wind is just right, I hear it, a whisper. 6. I don't know what 6 means. I don't want to know. But I know one thing. The Hellfire Club didn't die. It didn't fade. It didn't vanish. It waits. It watches. It counts. And somewhere, on some hill, in some ruin, in the shadows, the Burning Man is still walking, still choosing, still counting. And he hasn't finished with me. Not yet. If you enjoyed tonight's story, please remember to hit that like button or leave a comment. And if you want to hear more from this channel and more stories that we've got written, please remember to hit that subscribe button. It'd mean a lot to us. Thank you, and have a great night.